ಏನಂತ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹಾ ರೀ ಒಗೆ ಸೋಪಾ ಸಾನ್ವಿ ಇದು ಅರವಿ ಒಗೆ ಸೋಪ್ ಕೊಡು
Good morning to all dignitaries, guests and delegates. With great joy and immense exhilaration, I feel privileged to extend a warm welcome to all presented here for the webinar on mental health and quality of life of married working women and education sector in India, sponsored by National Commission for Women, jointly organized by the Department of Management and Center for Women Development, P.K.R. Arts College for Women, Gobichittipalayam. Prayer is a link that connects us with God. Prayer is putting oneself in the hands of God. Prayer is the world's greatest wireless connection. To seek the blessings of Almighty
மாசில் வீணையும் மாலை மதியமும் வீசு தென்றலும் வீங்கின வேலிலும் மூசு வண்டரை பொய்கையும் போன்றதே ஈசனிந்தை இணையடி நிழலே நம சிவாயவே ஞானமும் கல்வியும் நம சிவாயவே நானறிவீட்சையும் நம சிவாயவே நானவென்றே தூமே நம சிவாயவே நன்னெறி காத்துமே.
Thank you, Bhavya. Strong women aren't simply born. They are taught through the challenges of life. With each challenge, they grow mentally and emotionally strong. A woman who has been through the storm and survived, yes, she's a great warrior. Now, I'd like to call upon Presya Madam, convener of this webinar, to endure words of welcome to us.
Wish you all a glad morning and a great day of learning. Greetings of the day. Thank you, Purni, for setting the context for the day's welcome note, and thank you for the kind words. It's with great pleasure that in the name of the organizing committee of this webinar on mental health and quality of life of married working women in education sector in India, sponsored by the National Commission for Women, I have the honor to render everyone representation from the National Commission for Women, the distinguished speakers, the college management, my authorities, faculty and student participants, organizing committee, colleagues, and dear young women of P.K.R, a warm welcome. The National Commission for Women, set up in January 1992 under the National Commission for Women's Act 1990 of Government of India, reviews the constitutional and legal safeguards for women, recommends remedial legislative measures, facilitates redressal of grievances, advises the government on all policy matters affecting women and children, and works on addressing ad hoc issues for the welfare and development of children and women. At the outset, I express my humble gratitude to the National Commission for Women under the Ministry of Women and Child Development for having sponsored this webinar with a grant of Rs 50,000 on the scrutiny of the proposal submitted to them early this year. Gratitude to Madam Srimati Rekha Sharma, Chairperson, NCW, Srimati Loma Vasisht, Senior Research Officer, NCW, and the expert committee for having considered the proposal for financial support and making it happen today. When I received the sanction order, it was a dream come true moment at the receiving end. Glad that our webinar will also prove to be a part of the noble vision of the National Commission for Women. She got the children to tend, the cloths to mend, the float to mop, the veggies to shop, the food to cook, her companion to feed, the garden to weed, the clothes to press, the sick to comfort, and she herself to be pushed to work. It is in this context, the broad theme of this webinar is all set to roll. At this juncture, it's my ardent pleasure in welcoming the distinguished speakers of this national webinar who are zealous the way they talk and walk their life. Dr. Vijila Kennedy, Madam, Principal, Kumaraguru College of Liberal Arts and Science, Coimbatore. Welcome, ma'am. Madam Sashi Prabha, Founder, Manas Foundation, Psychologist and Marriage Counselor, Gobichettipalayam, Erode. Welcome, ma'am. Madam Lata, Founder and Chief Life Skill Coach, Life by Design, Coimbatore. Welcome, ma'am. Dr. Manimeghale, Director and Head, Department of Women's Studies, Bharathidasan University, Trichy. Welcome, ma'am. Dear members of faculty and students from 150 other academic institutions belonging to different states across this country. Special welcome to our correspondent and secretary, Thirupi N. Venkatachalam, sir. A genial welcome to our beloved CEO, Madam Jagata Lakshmanan, and our respected principal, Dr. Maithili, ma'am. Cordial welcome to our Vice Principal and Controller of Examinations, S.A. Dhanalakshmi, Madam. Dutiful welcome to the Deans and HODs of all the departments of my institution. Respectful welcome to the organizing secretaries, Dr. N. Chandra, Coordinator, Center for Women Development, and Dr. Kavita, Head, Department of Management. Dearest welcome to the members of this organizing committee who belong to the Center for Women Development and the Department of Management, members of faculty team, and young women at P.K.R. Arts College for Women. The purpose of this webinar is to throw insights on the theme, mental health and quality of life of married working women in education sector in India. And that is the reason why this virtual meeting is decorated with knowledgeable dignitaries who would share their expertise for a better tomorrow in a better society. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm confident that you will be active and enthusiastic during this webinar and make a crucial contribution to the process of understanding working women in education sector much better. Be it you, your sibling, your mother, your wife, your daughter, your friend, or a foe, a neighbor of yours, a traveler with you in a crowded bus, a tuition teacher of your child, or in any role you encounter with her. Given the paramount importance of the good intentions for what we are here, it is my sincere wish that this gathering will truly help us become a better person today, tomorrow, and in the days to come, so that we will learn to contribute better to the society and make this world a better place to dwell in. To all of you out here in Zoom, as well as on the live stream in YouTube, I welcome all of you with respect and due regards. Thank you for being here and wish that the next few hours will be enjoyable and fruitful for every one of you. We would click a virtual group photograph and answer all your queries at the end of each session. During the sessions, we request you to please disable your cameras and keep your mics muted. Please help us to help you. On my personal behalf and on behalf of the organizing committee, a cheerful welcome to all the dignitaries and everyone who are virtually connected with us out here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam, for your glorious words of welcome. A strong and brave woman who always thinks about other people's needs before hers, who strongly preaches us to be bold enough to use your voice, brave enough to listen to your heart, and strong enough to live the life you always imagine. I feel privileged to invite our beloved CEO, Professor Jagata Lakshmanan ma'am, to deliver the felicitations.
Thank you, Purni, for addressing me. Thank you, Vidya, for your lovely welcome address. I'm honored and I'm really privileged to be present for this webinar. I'm happy that you have chosen wonderful people to participate and present their points. This is Vijila Kennedy, Lata. I'm addressing her as Lata because she is very close to me. Sashi Prabha, who is also very close to me. And Madam Mani Meghale, who is also a friend of mine. Thank you very much, Vidya, for conducting this seminar and getting a grant from National Commission. You are really doing wonderful things. I appreciate you at the outset, and I'm hoping and praying that this seminar is going to be helpful to all of us, the participants, students, and the people who are going to present their viewpoints. I don't know what to really say. My life itself is an example for this. You are talking about the married women in the educational sector and the mental health of married women. And all these are relevant for me. I don't know at the end of it whether I have gone mad, because the statistics reveals uh, that twice the number of men, like men employed full-time job, and when we compare the women employed in full-time job, mental health of women, some of us, it's affected, and men also is affected because of the stresses of the work. But the number reveals that twice that of men were affected mentally. We all know how it is stressful to take up a job, because earlier we were not called as working women. Of course, we were all working at home. Even now, given 24 hours, at least 12 hours per day we can work. There are things to do at home. But when we take up a career, I don't know how much of work we have to do. Equally, we have to concentrate on work and concentrate on the home affairs, household affairs. You have to be a perfect wife, or you have to be a perfect daughter, or daughter-in-law, sister-in-law, and mother to your children, sometimes even to your, grandma to your grandchildren. And you are a member of the society, and you have your own relatives, you have your own friends, you have commitments all over. And to fulfill all the requirements and the needs, really it is stressful. Mental health means, actually, we should be able to, according to World Health Organization, we should be able to perform to the best of our ability. Whatever abilities you have, you must be able to put in all your efficiency or all your abilities. That means you must be completely productive, whether it is at home or it is in the workplace. You have to be productive. You should be able to face all the stresses of life, stresses in the workplace and stresses at home. This is if you are able to balance all these things, if you're not stressed out, or if you're mentally balanced, that means your mental health is all right. I don't know, like I told you in the beginning itself, see, I'm a standing example. I had number of problems in life, and I'm working in the educational institution, and I don't know whether my mental health is affected. Sometimes I wonder whether my mental health is all right, because as soon as till I got married, everything was okay. I'm using it as a case study. I hope you don't mind listening to my own example, because it will fulfill all the requirements of the topic, and I can give you the details of the problems and how do you have to face it. So I got till my marriage, maybe only studies, and as a student, I had a wonderful life, just like any one of you. And after that, when I took up a job, I became a lecturer in Providence College, where two of our resource persons also had a chance to study. In fact, they were my students. And as soon as I got, after that, I got married and the problem started. Most of us feel the problem starts only after the marriage. Like my husband fell ill, he had kidney problem. I had to take up the job, also continue the job because the need of the hour. And I had to take leave and look after my husband. He was in the Yellow Hospital. It's a serious disease. And after that, somehow he got recovered temporarily. Then I came back for my work and continued for 17 or 18 years in Providence College as a head of the Department of Economics. After that, like suddenly this news came, my husband's kidney was affected and it has to be transplanted. Then he underwent transplantation. Then I did not want to continue in Kunur. I came to Gobichetipalayam and took up the principal's job in an academic institution. It's a challenging job. I think Mrs. Madam Vigila Kennedy will be aware of the problems of an academic institution. And I took it up as a challenge. I had to look after my 2 children and my husband's sick husband and the newly started college. Appointment, commissions, number of problems. That is what I could say. Anyway, my staff members were nice, the management was nice, and my husband was excellent with his sickness. He cooperated with me. My children were extremely nice. Maybe I was not mentally affected. Still, I'm continuing my job. I'm 70. I'm able to face the daily stresses, and I'm cooking, I'm working at home, and I go to college and I talk to my friends, my staff members, my students, my principal, everybody I'm able to face. See, facing the problems, facing the stresses, of course, is very difficult for a working woman. Luckily, I did not have in-laws problems. Mother-in-law, sister-in-law, brother-in-law. In a joint family, all these problems also will come. When I got married, went into the family, they were touching my hair and saying, is it real hair or it's false hair? They were looking at my bangles and say, is it real gold or false gold? These problems. And when I didn't get a baby for 4 years, they said, yeah, she's old. She looks very old. She looks very dry and she's not beautiful. Why did you get married to her? That was the question raised to my husband. So these are the stresses. And as a teacher, you have to prepare every day and you have to be useful to your students and be productive. That's what I said. Like not simply going to the class and taking anything or gift of gabbing. It's not gift of gabbing. Whatever you are teaching, it should be meaningful, it should be resourceful, and the students should be able to get it. And my children used to ask me, Ma, you have completed 23 years. Why you are still preparing for your classes? If you're not preparing for your classes will not be good. That stress. And you have to feed your children, you have to send them to school, you have to look at your children's studies and husband's welfare and their guests, everything. See, this is a normal course of life for any woman. Not only me, I just presented myself as a case study. You can take it up as a case study. I should have gone mad with all these problems. I mean, I didn't tell you about my health. In between, I had 6 or 7 operations. Few years back, I had cancer, and I took it as a challenge, and I came out of my cancer. And now again, I'm having problems of health, but I ignore my health problems. Of course, I take care of my health, but in spite of taking care of your health, you have to face because of your old age. Everything is deteriorating, but luckily I have still okay memory, and I'm able to meet friends. I'm able to have normal life. That is the example I just wanted to tell you all. It's not boasting about myself. Number of women face this kind of problem. Career women, and also in an educational institution. Mentally, you should be really good enough to teach. It's not any other's job. It's not physical job like washing vessels or sweeping the floor or going to some physical work. But mentally, you have to be having good health to be a teacher, to be a counselor to the students, and to satisfy the needs of the educational institution. At the present day, it's a real challenge. All these challenges like autonomous college, you have to frame the syllabus, you have to finish your syllabus. Now, COVID time, like whether we go to college or you don't go to college, you have to take class for them, teachers. So this is life. And I appreciate Vidya for having chosen such a wonderful topic, because all of us can feel our problems and understand how it is difficult, but in spite of the difficulty, we can appreciate ourselves. Like we are good, we are able to teach, or we are able to meet the requirements of our children and send them to school and they listen to their online classes, do their homework, help them to do homework, and help them to do well in the school and build their character. And some of us face the problem of changing the husband's character also, or maybe according to him you have to behave and you have to adjust with your in-laws. So this is possible, and many of us are proving ourselves. I just spoke to you a little bit about myself to tell you it is possible. So in spite of the challenges, we are able to do our best, even though they are looking down on women. Women are not effective. Women are not able to do. That is the impression of men. That's the impression of some people. But all of us are proving ourselves that we are able to be productive and able to give the best of ourselves and still maintain our mental balance. So I don't want to take up a long time. I'm appreciating once again all of you. And I just want all my students and staff to listen to the resource persons. They're wonderful resource persons. And hope this seminar will be really useful, productive, and effective. Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your kind words.
A woman with positive attitude who always motivates us to think positive, be positive, speak positive, and all the activities what we were indulged in. It's my pleasant duty to invite Dr. V. Kavita Madam, the organizing secretary of the webinar, to deliver the opening remarks.
Good morning and warm greetings to you all. Good morning and warm greetings to you all. It is a great pleasure to be here today to open this webinar on mental health and quality of life of married working women in education sector in India, sponsored by National Commission for Women, Government of India, jointly organized by Department of Management and Center for Women Development, P.K.R. Arts College for Women, Gobichetipalayam. Indian women today have great opportunities, especially with their empowered status. They are provided with appropriate education, best job opportunities, and lots of responsibilities to perform. And when a girl in India gets married, her responsibility also doubles, which includes the duties that are associated with being a good homemaker, to take care of the whole family, and to ensure that there is a proper work and life balance. Because there are certain mindsets as well as norms associated with the status of women in our country that can never change. This webinar will highlight the various barriers that can at times prevent India from different backgrounds from seeking and accessing help with mental health issues. We at PKR believe that the webinar like this is to highlight the positive steps that can be taken to uphold mental health and well-being of married women in education sector in this pandemic situation. It's my admiration and privilege to introduce the distinguished speakers for the webinar. The opening remarks will be delivered by Dr. Vigila Kennedy, Principal, Kumaraguru College of Liberal Arts and Science, Coimbatore, in session 1. The second session will be addressing about emotional intelligence for working women in education sector by Mrs. R. Sashiprabha, founder, Manas Foundation, psychologist and marriage counselor, Gobichetipalayam. The session 3 is on married working women in education sector and their quality of life by Mrs. P. Lata, founder, Chief Life Skill Coach, Life by Design, Coimbatore. The session 4 is on the topic Married Working Women in Education Sector and Their Mental Health by Dr. N. Manimekalai, Director and Head Department of Women Studies, Bharatdasan University, Tiruchi. The invited speakers who have joined with us today will share their rich experience and ideologies to mold the listeners of today as empowered women of tomorrow with their words of wisdom. The webinar is being recorded and live streaming is done in YouTube for the future reference of the participants. I am sure today's discussion will help us to balance our work and life. Thank you for the opportunity given by the Center for Women Development P.K.R. Arts College also to address in the topic which I admire all the time about women. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. To be inspired is great, but to be an inspiration is an honor. Here comes Ms. Ramani, Professor of Management, to introduce our honorable guest, Dr. Vijala Kennedy, Madam, to us.
Good morning to all. I would like to introduce Madam Dr. Vijala Kennedy. She is a distinguished academician and an able administrator who currently holding the position of principal of Kumaragal College of Liberal Arts and Science, Coimbatore. Being a founding principal, she brings a blend of scholarship, professionalism, administrative competence, and integrity. She has proven track record of being visionary and an excellent administrator, which has made her excellence in institution building. Her leadership and academic excellence enabled her to win several awards. For her excellence and meaningful enhancement of academia, she was awarded as a Blue Bright Scholarship in 2017. She is also a recipient of UK India Education Research Initiative Scholarship in 2013 for faculty mobility. As an acknowledgement of her outstanding contribution to education and youth, she was invited to Helsinki, Finland by Eurobricks Youth Forum in 2015. She was also invited to present a paper at Habas conference in Moscow. She's also won several awards for her leadership and academic excellence. Dr. Radhakrishnan Award for Excellence in 2017, Award for Publication in 2013-14, and Best Teacher Award in the year 2008, 2009, and 2010. Dr. Kennedy is a leading educationist in the field of management and has contributed in several capacities as a professor in business school and later as a director. She has made several backbreaking and progression initiative in curricula, teaching, learning, research, and collaboration with the industry. She revitalized the KCT Business School as a director between 2011 to 2017, and she drove growth by tripling the students' enrollment and propelling the school to be the top 100 institution in India through her vision, appropriate intervention, innovation, and innovative cultures. Holding a PhD in organization management and her visiting university in UK, Belgium, Germany, France, Netherlands, Singapore, Malaysia, and Finland, Russia, and Israel. She registered volunteer with United Nations. Once again, welcome you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Radha, ma'am. The aim of education is knowledge, not of fact, but of values. It is on occasions like this we get opportunities to test the knowledge and understanding. We look forward to get an exposure of what the best of the brains think about this very dynamic issue in the life of married women. You are loved by your voice and achievements, madam. We are truly delighted to welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Vijala Madam, Principal, Kumaraguru College of Liberal Arts and Science, Coimbatore. Now I request Madam to deliver her address.
Madam, welcome. Welcome to you. Madam. Madam, you're there? Vijala, madam. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Welcome to you. We are really happy to welcome you once again. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, and very good morning to all the participants. It's absolute pleasure for me to join with you here on this webinar. And first of all, my congratulations to Dr. Vidya for choosing a wonderful topic and also getting the funding from the National Commission for Women. You have been very diligent in your working. Even I think 6 months or 4 months back, she talked with me on this. So my congratulations to Dr. Vidya. My wishes to all the leadership in P.K.R. College, Arts College for Women. And thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk and share the thoughts. So I'm not an expert, but I will say that I will share what I have gone through or what we see around. So it's going to be a lot of experience sharing and thoughts. Let me also welcome some of the gentlemen who have joined here. Absolutely delighted to have you. So, this is not a men bashing session, but we appreciate what you contribute to the society and what we do together. And each one of us have our roles in the society. And I welcome also all the students, maybe some are faculty who are actually married, who are in the education sector. There may be some students who are not married, who don't know what they're going to do in their career, maybe enter into an education sector. But my warm welcome to you also, because I think this is what we can look at when you look at a career. And let me also share a disclaimer saying that this is not a prescriptive session. This is not like going to a doctor and say, okay, hey, do this, have this tablet, now all your problems are going to be gone. This is going to be a session which will sort of put things in context to understand what we are, because each one's world is very different. Each one's problems are different. Each one's support systems are different. So we need to understand that and appreciate that, and also see how you could adapt some of the thoughts maybe which is shared during the day. And I appreciate all those speakers who are going to talk after this opening session, and I'm sure that everyone will add value. So with those thoughts, let me start this session. I wanted to keep the, so Vidya was asking, ma'am, is there a title for the session? And I thought I wanted to title it as Upward and Forward. So there are two directions when you move forward. So there's a forward direction of moving somewhere in the front, but at the same time, how do you grow wherever you want to grow, and how women impact not just higher education but beyond, since they are in a role. Because many times we think as teachers, yeah, we need to deliver, we need to do many things, but I just want to tell you the sphere of your impact is very large. Of course, there is not just the you, there is a lot of people who are there around you, but every one of us make that kind of an impact. So with that thought, let's move forward. So there is a number here. Okay, no, I'm going to be very conversational. So any idea what this number is? 24.7 lakhs. I am not able to see the chat. So maybe I should continue. So this 24.7 lakhs is, you know what, is the number of women who are there in higher education. So in India, this is an Indian number which was done in a quarterly employment survey. So if there are a large number of women, we also in 2019 December, there was an article in the Indian Express which said that women are mostly employed in education sector. Now, why do you think that is? So because the numbers are important. So there is a huge army of women who are working in the education sector, 24.7 lakhs in the country, and this is in higher education. And so, why do you think women choose higher education? There are different sectors. There's the health sector, there is the engineering sector, there is the law profession, there is construction, there are so many things. There's agriculture, there is IT, things like that. So, why do you think women choose education sector? So when my colleagues in Kumaraguru College of Liberal Arts and Science saw this particular invite, we had a long conversation on this as to why do you think women choose education sector? You know, if you are a student, your parents might say, "Nalla padinga, padichi nalla oru teacher, college professor ஆயிரலாம்." And many times parents, even if they're educated, they say you go to into education because that's nice, easy. Okay, so there's a lot of reasons why sort of people go into that. There are many reasons. I wish I think you should discuss about this among yourselves, why people choose education sector. It could be, we say it is a 9 to 5 job. Maybe there are holidays. Maybe there are, it's not very stressful. Now, these are all some of the thoughts, perceptions that are there. Reality may be very different. But still, many of them, maybe our mental makeup, maybe our perceptions are like that. That education sector is easy. So that's a question for you to think. That's a question for you to think, discuss with your colleagues as to why do you think women enter into education sector. Another statistics says most of the Indian working women are married. So we see that, I want to bring the correlation here. We see that women are in education sector. Most of the women are employed in education sector. And here we see most of the Indian working women are married. So obviously in the education sector, there will be a large proportion of women who are married. So that's the context, which means there is a large proportion of people, married women, working in the education sector. And how do we move forward and how do we move upward? There are huge opportunities. I want to start this because this opening note, I will start with this with a very positive perspective of how we need to build it. There are challenges, there are positive aspects. We need to see how we are going to build on this. So as women, generally even as women, we juggle, we become the best jugglers in life, and being in an education sector, being at work, it's always a juggling work. So there is a family, there's home, there's health. Smaller, it could be a nuclear family, it could be a joint family. There are a lot of demands from the family, and there are a lot of demands from the work, any work. I'm not just talking about the education sector, be it an NGO, be it a corporate sector, be it a hospital, be it agriculture, wherever it is, the work's demand is also more. And a woman is managing these two. I will not say only the women, there are men, there are at least a certain percentage of men who are also doing both. We need to understand there are different men who are in different roles, different positions where they do these two. So this is the juggling that we do. And when we are doing this juggling, we believe that, as I said in the beginning, we think education is a 9 to 5 job. Yes, that's one part of the life. So what happens in your 9 to 5 juggling? If you're a teacher who's here, if you're a faculty who's here, now this is what happens. What happens? There is a teaching, there is research, there is a service which you need to do, which is a community related work. There's a student admission, there's counseling, leadership, mentoring, administration. So it is, we say we are professors, we say we are teachers, but there are n number of things that we have to do. On the right hand side, there are a lot of other things which never gets into the record. Whatever you need to do. Today you need to be tech savvy. Today you need to call the students and say, don't worry, you come, join the classes, and with the virtual classes, and which might be the future. Tech enablement is extraordinarily important, and as women we need to do that. So this is what happens in a 9 to 5 job. Every woman, wherever they are working, and more so in an education, right from an assistant professor to the principal to the secretary. Now this is what happens in an educational institution. And if your students are here, you might think, yeah, faculty come, they come, teach, they go. And they've been teaching for 20 years, they've been teaching for 30 years. So what is the big deal? They don't understand what we go through. But let me tell you, to teach 1 hour of class, every teacher, our dignitary who spoke earlier was talking that how every day, even though she is 70, how every day she prepares for the class. It is important, and I want the students to appreciate that for every class that a teacher teaches, there's definitely at least 1 hour of preparation. And there's a lot of pressure on faculty for research. So how do we do that kind of a research? So important for us to understand and important for us to do some of these things, and expectations are very high. Admissions, Madam talked about admissions. So today faculty are involved in admissions. So today there is no more teaching, coming, going, 3 hours a class a day, 4 hours a day. And this is a regular structure. And I have been an assistant professor, I think 30 years back. And today I'm leading an institution. And as a faculty and as a principal, I know how jobs land up on your lap. You would have planned for a day saying, okay, these are the 5 things I'm going to do. I'm going to teach for 3 hours today. Today I have some time. Maybe I want to write a paper. And then suddenly principal calls and tells, hey, can you do this job? This is something urgent. Some data is required. Some information is required. So this is how the real juggling goes. At the end of the day, you feel, oh my God, I've done so much, but have you really done something? Now, this is psyche which goes on in an individual's mind. So this is the 9 to 5 job. But you know what? This obviously doesn't end there. There is a 7 to 11 p.m. or 12 p.m. or 1 p.m. I wouldn't know. There is another chunk of work which is waiting. I would also like to say between that 5 and 7, you need to commute. You need to either take your own vehicle, get stuck, or travel in a bus, in a crowded bus, face abuse, whatever it is. So that also happens. And then there is a 9 to 11. 9 to 11 is your cooking, cleaning, whatever it is. And maybe if you're a student, you're extremely lucky because you sit in the class, you may want to listen, you may not want to, choose not to listen, but go back. There is hot food on the table for you. You watch, you relax, watch TV, you relax, have some fun, you browse, you do whatever you want to do, social media time. But for a person who's working, we many times don't have that kind of a luxury. We have to do multiple things. There's a nice picture there. I'm sure if faculty are here, there are multiple times when you are cooking, and many times you are on official calls saying, have you done this? Have you done this? I have done when I take my laptop to the kitchen when something is there happening on my stove. There are things that I work on. So that's how we do multiple things. There is a kid. If it is a nuclear family, it's slightly easy, or it may be that also may be a challenge. You have kids, you have your husband who's demanding, you have in-laws with you, or you may have parents with you. Now, managing all these things, what happens between 7 to 11, and many times you think, I wish I could do this, put everything together and wash them up along with your dishes. But unfortunately, you can't do it. You have different roles. But it's not just this. In today's context, I want to tell the students, because teachers will know, teachers will appreciate uh, the work that they carry home. Education sector is one of the sectors where they carry home a lot of work. Students, you're sitting there and saying that, yeah, faculty teaches for 3 hours. Who sets your question paper? Who corrects the papers? Who does the knack work? Who does your setting up of your assignments? Today it is all online. How do they, where do they prepare your PowerPoints? And how do they read? When do they read? Because all the time they're engaged in the class when they are working. So when is the intellectual time? This is something which I always think and I always worry as a principal, because many times we are so involved in activities, there is that intellectual time which is required is something sometimes get lost. So we need to understand that this is the work that we do. Apart from all the work, we carry homework, and the statistics is there. So we see that it is much more than a 9 to 5 jobs. So with this kind of a juggling, so it is almost like 24 hours, because then you go to bed morning, you get up at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, cook whatever it is. And with this is the work that you do, but there are also a lot of people who expect from you. Now, there are a lot of stakeholders who are around you. There is your boss, it could be the head of the department, it could be the principal, it could be the secretary, it could be the peers, it could be students, children, husband. There's one circle here. It could be more, but I thought predominantly this is what it is. It could be the friends saying, maybe they'll pick up the call and talk to you. Maybe they are in a state where they want kind of a support. You may have a lot of work in your hands. You'll have to spend time with them. Or they may tell, let's go out and do something together. Or it could be our neighbors who are telling, can you please watch my kid for 1 hour? I need to go somewhere. So these are all the people from whom you have expectations, and you are there right in the middle. I also want to tell you, many times we think, yeah, women, we take a lot of burden, but many times men are also in the same position. We need to know that also. So this is nothing to say that we are better or we are worse, but constantly remember, whenever we are talking about women, there is another section. Can also, there could be a section of people who are undergoing whatever we are going through. Now, from these people, there will be the energy givers. You may have a fantastic boss, or you may have a fantastic colleague who continuously gives you energy, which is very nice, who says, very good, you're doing very well, do more, let me support you, let me understand you, let me discuss with you, let's do this, things like that. But there are also in this group, energy vampires who suck your energy out. It could be negative conversations, it could be saying that, why do you want to do this, or, oh, this is so difficult, or this college demands too much, the boss is bad, the colleagues are bad, the department is bad, why are the students so bad, etc. So there will be a lot of people when or it could be not only in your college, it could be your at home, it could be the husband, it could be children, it could be in-laws, it could be parents who may not even understand. Sometimes when parents don't understand, so they are the energy vampires. நம்ம தமிழ்ல சொல்லுவோம் இல்லையா, ஏன் உயிரை எடுக்கிறீங்கன்னு, அந்த மாதிரி. So when we are around people, now these two kinds of people are there. And I just want to say, there is a flow of conversation which is going on, but I just want to say this because we are talking about energy vampires. Don't let negative and toxic people rent the space in your head. Constantly, these people are looking for a space in your head. Raise the rent and kick them out. Because as individuals, women, men, a lot of negative thoughts will come to us or will be fed. Now, today we're going to talk about mental health. We are going to talk about emotional health. All that starts from us. Before we look at others as to what they're giving, it starts from us. It's our thought process. So never let from the people who are around you, who have expectations from you, never let those energy vampire. Try to, when people are around you, say, oh, they are energy givers or they are energy vampires. Let me not go near the energy vampires. There could be another section, energy wasters, who come and sit and talk and waste your time, and you feel that your energy is drained at the end of some time. There's also that particular category. So this is how we need to think when we are looking at people. But I just want to also say that are all these people who are around you, do they make you feel guilty? Your boss may say, hey, you're not doing enough. You might have slogged the whole night. Or your parents will say, you're not taking care of me enough. Your in-laws will say, எனக்கு சாப்பாடு சரியில்லை. Do something. Husband will say something. What I'm coming home and you're not there, or you're not giving me coffee, whatever it is. Children will say, you're not giving me enough time, ma. Why are you not coming and teaching? Why are you not playing with me? Why are you not doing this? And let me tell you, when you're looking at the children, every age has different demands. If it's a toddler, you have different demands. If they're going to primary school and smaller classes, there are different demands. When they go to high school, 10th, 11th, 12th, the demands are very different. When they go to college, the demands are very different. Or your expectations are very different. So do these people look at you and make you feel guilty, saying, hey, you're juggling with too many things and you're not doing this enough? All these people have these expectations. Everybody wants the best. And you are one individual. I am one individual. Now, how do I manage? One vigila can't be made into 100 pieces and say, okay, take this, take one hand, take one leg. So, do these people feel around you make you feel guilty because of their conversations, because of their thoughts? Let me tell you. Let me tell you what you need to do. I will say that you need to flip it. Let's look at a very positive approach. Okay, I am trying to influence so many people around. Now, what can I do? How can I do to make sure that I make this kind of an impact? The more the people you influence, the more the powerful you are. So look at it positively. Don't look at people around you saying, oh, they want this, they want that. But let's take responsibility. As working women, we are extremely good in that. We take responsibility. We never leave things. We think, oh my God, I need to do this. And we take responsibility. Let's look at it like this, whether we can look at it as people who are influencing. So let me, I just want to tell you, there are a lot of people who are around, in this circle around. Many times, let me tell you, the circles are slightly bigger among the children. The children think, Ma, you're not giving enough time, teach me, spend time with me, etc. It may not be husband, depending on how understanding she is. In-laws, at least in Indian context, it's a big circle because they say, take care of the grandchildren, take care of me, take care of the husband, etc. It could be the boss, can also be a person who can be a big influencer in your life. But let me tell you, I want to tell you very something which is very positive. As women, we influence, and let me tell you some statistics as to how positively working mothers influence some of these categories. First, the children. You know what is the good news? Recently, a Harvard Business School study was done. And they said they studied the mothers who had worked, and they did a longitudinal study. And they looked at the children when they were in college or even when they were working. And they said, how do the children of working mothers perform? The children of working, according to this Harvard study, they instill strong work ethics because they see their parents. They see the mother working at home, working in college, working in higher education. It could be an administrator. It could be your work. You may be working as an administrative staff because this is not just for faculty. The demands are equal for anybody. So they see your work ethics. Tomorrow, when they go to work, this will reflect on them. This is definitely a factor because I know my mother was working and I know how hard she worked. And many times when I struggle, when I feel, oh my God, why am I doing this? Somehow those flashes come to me and say, hey, my mother did it. I should be able to do it. So they instill strong work ethics. They become very adaptable because you may not be there at 4 o'clock to put the snack on the table for your kid. Maybe your maid is doing, or maybe they're just independent. They just come and open the door and sit at home and open the fridge and eat something. They become adaptable to situations, to challenging situations. They know how to manage time because they see their mothers managing time. Also, they tell the children that they should manage, and they become more responsible. And very, very important, especially that they found that the boys, if you have boys at home, the boys become much more empathetic and take responsibilities at home when they get married. So this is the impact that we are making on children. It's a long-term impact. So today we may be feeling guilty, sad, oh, today I didn't spend time. We need to look at it as a long-term impact that we are making on our children. So don't feel guilty that today you didn't spend, but think about after 6 months, after 1 year, after 10 years, your child will become stronger looking at you. But we need to role model it. So this is the children. Then there is the students, impacting the students. I just want to, Madam is 70 years old, and imagine every year how many students she would have impacted, or the principal, how many students would she impact, or as a faculty, every year you will meet batches of students. And you impact thousands of students through directly educating them. And I think as if you are a faculty, I would encourage you to do this calculation. Sit and do a calculation. You'll feel very good. You take your number of years of work, and every year you'll see 2 batches. Every two semesters. Every semester you may be taking 3 classes. So it may be a 60 strength class. 60 into 180. So 180 plus 180. So do this calculation and see your years of work and how many students you've impacted by whatever you have taught them. Teaching them, again, is not just to the intellectual part, your books, but when you stand there in the front, we are the role models. And how many of us today will say, today my role model is one of my teachers? I'm sure if I ask you to put it in the chat box, tell me who is your role model. Many of them will say, my second standard teacher, my third standard teacher. Who influenced you the most? My third standard teacher, my fifth standard teacher. Now that's the kind of impact that we are making. So that's a direct impact, but we also make an indirect impact. Imagine every child who studies with us goes back and impacts another family, another society, and another neighborhood. So this becomes a ripple effect. That's why we say teachers are very powerful in their impact. You look at a corporate sector. Yeah, there are people who are working in the corporate sector. Maybe they are in the marketing. They are wherever it is. They manufacture the products and it reaches. But here, lives are reaching out other lives. They get married. They impact their families. They impact their parents. They impact the society and the nation. So it's not only the children, we as teachers impact our own children, because we always look at it at the first level, but we impact every student who comes into our lives. So whenever you walk into a classroom, very irritated, maybe they didn't do the homework, maybe they're shouting, maybe they're screaming, maybe they're not listening to you. Imagine out of the 60, at least there'll be 5 people whom you are heavily impacting. Definitely all the 60 others will listen to you, or you will have an impact. And imagine the ripple effect. So this is something which we need to carry with this, that as working women, this is a positive thing that happens. And when you look at our GDP, when we are making this kind of an impact, 25% of our contribution, 18% of our contribution come from women. And by 2025, UN has said 770 billion dollars will be the contribution of Indian GDP from women. So that is our contribution that we are looking at. And ultimately, what is it in for me? Okay, you've told about my children, you've told about our students. What is it in for me? What do I get at the end of the day? Because we are the people who are running, we are the people who get tired, we are the people who get frustrated. Now, there are 2 reasons why you may be working. Because you remember, there's always that guilt. எல்லாத்தையும் விட்டுட்டு போயிடுவாங்க. காலையில போயிடுவாங்க, சாயந்தரம் தான் வருவாங்க. Who's taking care of everything? Maybe she doesn't want to stay at home. Maybe she wants to flaunt whatever she has. Maybe she wants to, in-laws are here. It's better to be in a workplace there than at home. Lots of questions are there, but what is it in there for you? There are two reasons why a woman might be working. A married woman might be working. One is because out of passion. I'm extremely passionate about doing something. I'm educated and I want to be intellectually stimulated. I want to be with people. I want to contribute. I want to be strong. I want to be independent. So that's a passion that you might have, because education is a place where we continuously learn. It keeps us fresh. It keeps us stimulated. So it could be out of passion, or it could be out of a purpose. Maybe there is a financial need in the home, and you're contributing to that financial need of the home. There was a statistics which I read. In today's millennials, 78% of the men are looking for dual careers, in the sense both the husband and wife should work. So when the marriage time comes, they ask whether is the wife working, not working. Because why today the men also see the value of what the women bring in when they go out and work, the exposure that they get, and how they're able to raise the children better. Again, I think one of the reasons why many women enter into education is because it's very easy to raise the children, because you know what's happening in the education sector. You can teach them. You're a teacher daytime. So it's very easy to flip back into a teacher at a night time or a evening time. Though it can be very, very difficult to teach one child rather than the 60 children in front of you. But so these could be the reasons, and nobody understands. It could be out of your passion or purpose, because there is a need. And both we appreciate, we acknowledge, because both of them come together and contribute to making the economy better, making the nation better. We are the nation builders. But remember, all the people around you may understand or may not understand. But I don't think you should be worried about it, because it's about you. But tell them, when they're asking, you should tell them why you are doing this. Because when you keep quiet, sometimes people will misjudge you. You don't have to go and get into an argument. Put your case forward to say what is the reason for your work and how you are enabling them. Because even in this passion and purpose, I will tell you, women are the people who take many, many career breaks. You get married, your husband is somewhere, you need to leave your job, move somewhere else. Then you are pregnant, you are expecting a baby, you take a break. Then the child grows. You wouldn't know how many years of breaks it will take. If your husband is in a transferable job, you just have to keep shifting, because along with the family. So there are a lot of sacrifices that we make. But wherever you are, find the trigger passion. Now look at that very positively. If you're shifting jobs, look at it. Okay, let me learn. What can I learn from different institutions, from different exposures? Because all that will enrich your career. So you could be doing out of this is what is there for you. So don't ever leave out you out of this picture. So listening to all this, and we know that it is very demanding, your 9 to 5 job, 7 to 11 job, people's expectations, what they want 110% from you. They don't want even 99% from you. So we need that kind of an energy. You need to find your energy bars. You may not have time to sit and eat a full meal, but at least you need to chew on the energy bar to keep you running, to keep you energized, to keep you motivated, to say, yes, I have a purpose. Yes, I am passionate about whatever you are doing. So this is what we call as a wellness wheel. I'm sure when you're talking about emotional wellness, maybe even the mental wellness, they might talk about it. So I'm not going to get into these details. But look at certain things. We talk about work life integration, balance. But today we are also seeing how work life can be integrated. Though sadly in India, integration is not happening much. But this is something that we need to look at. that emotional wellness is important, which they will talk about. Physical wellness is so important. Physical wellness, eat well. You may not be able to eat a meal, but see what you want to do. Look, take care of your intelligence. Read. We need to update ourselves. If you're going to teach for somebody else, unless we are intellectually sharp, we will never be able to teach. Your occupational wellness. I just want to insist on this social wellness. Social wellness is what? Leaning on each other. It could be your husband if he is very understanding. It could be your children. It could be your parents. I know that there are many parents and in-laws. There was somebody who came to me. One of my colleagues came to me and said, I have my in-laws with me. And I said, so it could be very demanding. She said, no, ma'am. They are one of the biggest supporters for me in my career. So I'm completely leaning on them. They are the people who say that I will take care of everything at home. You go, do whatever you need to do the best. There are parents who may be very supportive. So lean on people who are energy givers. Form a small, maybe a women's team in your own college. Lean with them. Have conversations with them. Not gossip. Not about men, but how you need to equip yourself better. We do that in Kumaraguru College of Liberal Arts and Science. We have a very small group, and we keep talking about. We talked about many of these things in our conversation when they heard that I was going to talk. So they shared a lot of thoughts. I thought it was a very stimulating conversation, which went up to maybe in the night 11:30. So I think these are some things which we need to look at and see where is the balance that we strike. Environmental, keep your place nice and clean and neat so that you don't feel stressed. Emotional, I'm not going to touch because there is going to be a long session on that. So this is something that we need to build on. This is something that we need to make sure that we have. This is the holistic way of looking at it. And when we do this, then whatever we do will be good. Again, another small tip that I want to tell you is don't fret each day. Don't fret, oh, today I didn't teach well. Today I wanted to do this work, I didn't do. Today I wanted to clean my house, I didn't clean. Today I wanted to spend time with my children, I didn't spend time. Today I wanted to maybe relax, I didn't do it. No, don't do that, but look at it as a lifetime kind of a contribution. Maybe if this week you didn't do it, maybe next week you can do it. If this month you didn't do it, maybe next month you should do it. If this year you could not do something, look at it as a next year. Because remember, when your children grow up, when your alumni come back after 20 years and say, ma'am, you know what, you said this that day. That has made change my life. When they say that, that's what is the impact. When your child grows up and they get married, when they come back to you and say, ma, you know what, I'm managing because I've seen you how you work. So don't get, because many times as women we do this. We look at each day in a small silos and say, I don't do this, I don't do this, or maybe it's a bad day for somebody is shouting at you. Don't look at it like that. Look at it as a lifetime. I just want to close with this quote, very powerful quote from Michelle Obama. For me, being a mother made me a better professional because coming home every night to my girls reminded me what I was working for. And being a professional made me a better mother because by pursuing my dreams, I was modeling for my girls how to pursue their dreams. So it is a two-way flow. Being a mother actually makes you more understanding in the college. You're more adjustable. You're able to listen more. You're better equipped, and you will be able to do 10 things together. At the same time, at home, it makes you much more professional. How do you manage your time? Okay, let me do this, let me do this, let me talk to this person, maybe to do things together. And you're being the great role model at home. So don't ever feel guilty. I know there are lots of things which are going around. You are in work either because of your passion or because there's a purpose. Don't lose sight of it and see how you can flip it positively to say how these two can integrate and how they can bring one to the other. So I just want to close with this thought, and let's be positive. Let's look at what things we could do. Never look at each day. Look at a holistic wellness. And I'm sure that we will be very successful as working mothers in education sector, as we impact our children and as we impact our students. So with those thoughts, let me close. Thank you, Dr. Vidya and P.K.R. Arts College for Women for this opportunity to set the context. Absolute pleasure to be with you all here today. And if there are any questions, I will be glad to take it. I'm sure that there are a lot of questions because this is not a topic which we can finish very soon. But I really hope the session helped to make you into a positive person. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. It was wonderful. Your session was really great. Thank you, ma'am. This is Jagda Lakshmi.
You are a true example for an inquisitive mind, madam. A deep sense of gratitude for motivating the women community by your thought-provoking words. Your ideologies to deal the influencing factors in our professional and personal life, how to chase a passion, how to practice the wellness wheel are mind-blowing, madam. Sure that everyone will try to practice this in our daily routine. Thank you, madam. The participants are requested to post your queries in the chat box for the Q&A session.
Participants, you can also please unmute yourself and raise your questions. Meanwhile, people who can switch on your videos, you may please switch on your videos for the photograph session with Vigila ma'am. There are a few questions in the chat box and from the YouTube ma'am. Vigila ma'am.
I'm not able to see the questions, so if there are any questions,
I will raise it, ma'am. How do we overcome negative vibes or thoughts that influence us?
I'm sure in mental wellness session they will talk about it, but I always quote this example. You can never stop a bird flying over your head, but you can stop it building a nest on your head. You can never stop a bird flying over your head, but you can always stop a nest being built on your head. So thoughts will be there when there is pressure, when there is stress, when there are demands. But how do we actually flip it? So when the thought comes, one is being aware, yes, I'm not happy now. I am being negative. I am angry. I am irritated. I am jealous. Whatever thought it is, I think the first awareness of the thought is very important. Once that awareness is there, then you need to make a conscious decision to think that, okay, I'm not going to dwell on that. I'm going to look at what is positive. So it's in our hands. Many times we think it is outside because we don't have control over outside. We don't have control over our bosses. We don't have control over our in-laws or parents or what they say or how they look at us. So it is in our minds to decide what we want to think, what we want to do. I know that there will be moments, but I think it's that emotional awareness and emotional intelligence to say, I am aware of it, I'm going to change it.
Ma'am, actually, when you're stressed out, it's very difficult to be rational. Like you become irrational. Maybe that is what is mental health, all about mental health. You lose your temper, you show it on your children, or sometimes you show it on your husband. It's very difficult to think, no, I have to balance myself. The stress will come. Intellectually, you become very weak at that moment, I think, because I have experienced it. I get angry with my children. I shout at them, like, don't you understand that I'm working? This kind of thing comes out, and sometimes my eldest son, who's 40 now, he quotes it. You were angry with us unnecessarily. You were getting angry with us, but I don't remember getting angry really. But that happens. I don't know. It's
The trick that I do is when I'm upset, I just don't open my mouth to anyone. I just keep quiet.
That's very good.
If they ask, I say yes, no. Because once I talk, it will be there. So that's one thing which, and maybe at home they know. If I'm just keeping quiet, okay, she's not
You're
all.
right.
They all know it.
Hmm.
I mean, getting into conversations is what stresses out a lot of people because
Yes.
one person talks, the next person replies, and it gets on. I think that's where the self-control is important. Being aware and self-control is what will help us.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Being aware only becomes difficult, but thank you. You have to be aware of these things. Yes.
Vidya, you're muted. Vidya, you're muted.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, sorry, ma'am. Whether a married girl should follow her dream or should sacrifice and change herself for the sake of the family.
It's a very, very difficult question.
Very nice question, actually. Ma'am will find it difficult to answer this question.
No. It's a very difficult question because what I think and what my family situation may be very different from somebody who's asking it. So I think it is the individual's decision of what they want to do because I think guiding people in a wrong way can actually mess up an individual's life. Somebody can say, no, chase your dream and do it. And ultimately, they may not even be alive at the end of the day to chase their dreams. So I don't think there is a black and white answer for this. This is the individual who needs to look at it, look at the situation, look at how strong you are. What is the dream that you have? What is the family circumstances? So that is why we have a lot of people around us and then decide how you want to do it. So I will never say do this or that because that becomes prescriptive. As I said, prescription is extremely wrong because you will be sitting in one place. I am sitting in a very, very different place and I can't guide you in this kind of a conversation. Maybe a counselor will be able to do it. Sitting one-on-one, trying to understand who you are, what you are, and a counselor will be able to make you to think. Again, a counselor will not give you a solution. Every decision that an individual takes has to come from the individual. Never go on a prescriptive mode is what I would say. So depending on what you have as a situation, what you want to do, what kind of support system you have, I think that's how we need to take the decision.
Maybe, ma'am, if you could convince your family members, your husband or in-laws that you have a dream like this, so I may not be able to do this perfectly. Can you cooperate with me? That kind of thing is possible, if it is possible. As you said, we cannot be really prescriptive, but sometimes it works. She can tell her husband or her family members. If it is an individual family, it's possible for her to convince her husband. Sometimes the married women do their PhD in their later, that is maybe after marriage and all. So they have cooperated with the members. It is possible, I think, when you convince your family about your dream, I think maybe it is possible. As ma'am said, it's very difficult to give a particular solution for this. Thank you. Thank you, Vidya.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Jagata ma'am, for supplementing. One last question, ma'am. Women need common forum to counsel them in a hectic situation. Any association is there commonly? Please share the details, ma'am.
I think this is a very nice question because this has always been my dream in the sense that not a dream, it's my aspiration because 30 years in, I've been working in academics and I really wish there will be a nice network forum for faculty members. Where we share, where we talk about different things. I don't want it to be a gossip. I don't want it to be a session where, oh, in P.K.R. it's like this, in class it's like that. It's not that. It's more of I'm not sure how many of you know Cheryl Sandberg, who works in Facebook, started an organization called as Lean In, where she brings in professionals for network and support. So in education sector, we don't have an organization, a forum like this. I really wish we'll be able to start one and support each other. Once a month have this kind of conversations. Maybe once a year we meet up for coffee. Maybe we meet up and talk about different nice things of support and other things. It'll be a very nice forum. Unfortunately, we don't have now Muthu Bharati. Maybe we should start one.
Why don't you think of starting one, ma'am? We'll all be members and we can share with each other.
Yes.
Yes. Can you think on those lines? Your Kumaraguru College and yourself? Maybe end of it, we can talk about the impact of this seminar or webinar, whatever it is. Like we have started an organization of this kind. National Commission will be really happy to know that where we are sharing the members of staff of the educational institutions, academic institution, or maybe higher education only. We can join together and form an organization, particularly women. And people like you, like the intellectuals, can share their experiences. Old people can share their experiences and how they managed their life. It will be a forum to really share our feelings. And sometimes when you share your feelings, you feel happy. If not, the solution is not there, but still you feel happy sharing it out or voicing it out. I don't know. Whether you, yes. Can we think on those lines, ma'am? Can we have a discussion after this?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jagta ma'am. Ma'am, one last question, sorry. Shilpa Kulkarni madam is planning for research in work-life balance of women. Could you suggest some topics for her, please?
I think we should take that offline. If I have given the mail ID. We can discuss
Yes, ma'am.
on that.
We will share it with her. We will share it with her, and she's also with us, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
We should have the conversation because very important, not only psychological, emotional support, this kind of a intellectual support is extremely important. And I would love to have a conversation with you, Shilpa, on this. I have
Yes.
Dr. Vidya can share the mail ID, or it was there on my last slide. It's vigila@kc.ac.in. Please do mail. I will support you in whatever way.
So nice of you, ma'am. Thank you. Those were the final questions, ma'am. And possibly, if you could switch on your cameras for a photograph, we would click it finally. Are we ready for the photograph? I request the organizing team and the participants to kindly switch on your cameras for a group photography with Vigila ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vigila ma'am.
Thank you, Vidya. It was wonderful. Thank you so much for the opportunity and best wishes to you, Vidya.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Requesting the participants to kindly fill the feedback form that you can find in the chat box. We are continuing to session 2.
A leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. Here comes Ms. Induja, member, Center for Women Development, P.K.R. Arts College for Women, to introduce a second session guest to us.
Madam Induja, can you please unmute yourself and start? Thank you, Induja. Please unmute. No, you have to unmute. Give us a minute before we get it clarified. We're not able to hear you on Induja. Induja, you can keep trying, else you can log out and log in again. Give me a minute also. Meanwhile, Sashi ma'am, can we check your audio and video? Sashi ma'am?
Good morning, Vidya.
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you. Shall we?
Video will start now.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, fine. Thank you. We'll wait for Induja.
Ma'am, am I audible now?
Yes, Induja,
Yeah,
you
ma'am.
are. No worries, you can proceed.
Yes, Vidya.
Waking up to a great idea is a dream. Crawling towards the dream transforms ideas as passion. The one passionate to help someone on their passion and on mental health is an angel spot. I take my privilege to introduce one such angel, Mrs. R. Sashiprabha ma'am, psychologist, marriage counselor, and founder of Manas Foundation's Erode. With around 2.5 decades of experience in inspiring students as a professor and as a trainer, she proudly holds the award of the Best NSS Program Officer from Badiar University, the award of Best Social Worker from Tarush Makkal Mandram, a Tamil vernacular, and the Best Speaker Award from Aratai Arangam, telecasted in Sun televisions. As a trainer, she has trained faculties and students of more than 25 institutions on various training programs. She was also the trainer in a couple of senior level corporate training programs and on positive parenting workshops held at different schools of Kobichittipalayam, Coimbatore, Erode, and Tanjavur, respectively. We are happy to have such a versatile person who keeps spreading positive vibes all around us with words of hope in the name of universe. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for that introduction. Shine high, bright, and be a star. Live a life to the fullest of joy and happiness. Stand straight, walk tall, keep your heels high, and head on the sky. Fight for the right and not for the wrong. The above words are true to our honorable guest of the day, Mrs. R. Sashiprabha Madam, founder, Manas Foundation, psychologist and marriage counselor, Erode. Welcome, ma'am. Now I request ma'am to deliver her address on emotional intelligence for working women in education sector. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you,
Thank
Purni.
you, thank you, Sashi, for accepting this.
Ma'am, come on.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Kana. All the best to do well. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. So thank you, Vidya, for the opportunity given. And yes, we know that you've been working for this for the past 6 months. And Vidya, now, at what time do I stop? Because I think we are a bit late when we started.
Ma'am, you
So
can
what
take
time
the
do I-
45 minutes. Your 45 minutes is yours.
My 45 minutes is mine. Thank you so much. So the topic for the day is emotional intelligence for working women in education sector. And see, whenever we hear the word emotional, yes, Vidya, somebody has to mute. So whenever we hear the word emotional intelligence, I feel the word itself is an oxymoron. Now we wonder, how can somebody be emotional and yet intelligent? So as it is, emotional intelligence itself is an oxymoron. That is what I feel. And now Vidya is adding on to it. She says, ma'am, emotional intelligence. I say, okay. Then she says, for women, okay. For working women, okay. And married women. So when she told me emotional intelligence for working women, working married women, right? In education sector, the first thought that came to my mind, or the first flash was, I was just imagining a woman, a lady, early in the morning in the kitchen, doing a lot of multitasking, juggling, the word Mrs. Vijala Kennedy used, juggling, doing a lot of things together, packing food for her husband, packing things for the children, delivering whatever the children needed, and she's rushing to work. So in amidst that chaos and amidst that confusion, if you can think of somebody being emotionally intelligent, and if you ask me, ma'am, is it possible? Yes, it is, with a lot of practice. Sadhguru rightly says there can be exuberance, there can be explosions, and you can dance when there is stability. So how do you dance when there is stability? That's all about being emotionally intelligent. If I need to dance with stability, probably I need to expand my vision. We call it darshan. I need to expand my vision, see things in a different way. Like as of now, I see a lot of participants, and Vidya told me the database that she had collected, many of us are married. So as married women working, I think by now in a tougher or an easier way, life would have taught us what it means to be emotionally intelligent. And maybe Mrs. Mitchell Kennedy, when she was addressing, she was telling us most of the women are in the education sector. And I feel one biggest advantage of being in the education sector is the positive vibe it carries. I just loved my profession. I've been a teacher, I've been a trainer for the past 20 years, and I've been very, very happy doing whatever I've been doing because I felt my profession had given me a lot of positive memories, a lot of positive emotion, a lot of positive vibes. I still remember at least 20 years back when I was working as a KG teacher at St. Joseph's College, a school in Kunnur, a teacher's day. There was a young boy, I still remember his name, Jenu Jutes. He had a school bag at the back, and then Nilgiris has got this class called bluebells. He had plucked some bluebells on the way, put it in a cover. He was just holding it in his hand, and as soon as he saw me, he said, "Kneel down." I knelt in front of him. He kissed me on my cheeks and he said, "Happy Teachers' Day." I still remember that Teachers' Day. I felt, oh my God, what a blessing to be in this profession. So as far as teaching, education sector is concerned, I think our stress level is a bit less when compared to so many other sectors, because the moment we enter the classroom, the moment we see the children, we are filled with a lot of positive vibes and positive emotions. I think a lot of teachers are here. If anyone of you are interested, you can share one or two incidents where you really felt, oh my God, it's a blessing to be in this profession. Any teacher, just take a minute or two to share your experience with us where you really felt, wow, I'm really, really blessed to be in this profession. You can unmute, switch on your camera and share it with us. Nobody?
Hello, ma'am.
I think I saw around 54 participants. Yes. Vidya, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Then I'm waiting for somebody to share.
One of you can unmute and proceed.
Any incident where you really felt, my God, I'm so blessed? Because I remember as teachers, if I don't love my profession, especially as teachers, I feel, because we are handling people, we are handling the most vulnerable time, we are handling students who are in their most vulnerable part of the life, we are handling fragile human beings. And I always felt, if you're not in love with your profession, if you've never felt that this was your calling, if you've never felt your life being purposeful, useful as a teacher, then I think we should not be there in this profession Because as teachers, only if I think it is my calling, I will be able to make a difference among the students. And once I start making a difference among students, once I feel my life is purposeful, once I feel my life is meaningful, I think a lot of positive emotion comes up, or a lot of positive vibes keep me going. So friends, tell me, emotion, is it right or wrong? At least put it in the chat box. I would like to have some interaction. Emotions, is it right or wrong? Is the word emotion right or wrong? Or being emotional, crying, laughing, or getting angry, getting frustrated, being emotional, is it right or wrong?
I believe it
I
is
think
a
it's
privilege,
right.
ma'am.
It is right, I feel. It is right to
It
be
is,
emotional. But that, I don't know.
it is right to be emotional. Vidya believes it's a privilege. I want somebody else.
It's right, ma'am.
It's right to be emotional.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anybody says, no, no, ma'am, it's not right to be emotional. It's wrong to be emotional. Vidya, are we getting any answers in the chat box? Because I'm not able to see the chat box.
People feel it is right.
People feel it is right. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Emotions. There's nothing
Ma'am, I
wrong.
would like to add one point here.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
believe my emotions are right. But when somebody expresses their emotion, I feel it is wrong. So that is what is generally prevailing, not only
That's
with you.
because you think for yourself with your heart and think for others with your head. When you think for yourself, you become your own judge. You think for yourself with your heart. You ask yourself, why not? Obviously, I will get irritated. Obviously, I'll get angry. Obviously, when they behave this way, I get upset because you think with your heart. When you think for others, you use a lot of logic. You think with your head and think, why should they get irritated for such a small thing? When empathy is when you shift the way you look at things, when you can think for yourself with the head and when you can think for others with the heart, then you will feel everybody's emotions is justified, right? So emotions, nothing wrong. Emotions, you have it, you have it. You feel like crying, you're crying. You feel like laughing, you laugh. There's nothing wrong or right about having emotions. But what is wrong is actually the emotional dramas that we throw. Especially women, I think we are good at throwing a lot of emotional dramas. There is a proverb which says, forget your wife's birthday once and you will never forget it for life. Because we would have literally blown the rooftop off. The man, poor man will never forget it for life after that. So what is not okay is the emotional dramas that we throw. See, you're watching a favorite serial of yours. You're watching something very important on the television and the power goes off. When you're watching something very interesting on the television and when the power goes off, what does it mean? You're watching something interesting on the television, the power goes off. What does it mean? Hello? I thought that is a very simple question to answer. You're watching something interesting on the television and the power goes off. So what does it mean?
Why does this happen to me alone?
Oh, why does this happen to me alone? Very good. So this is the thought process, right? Because remember, between every stimulus and every response, we have a choice to choose. We have a freedom to choose. And see, when you're watching something very interesting and the power goes off, it only means the power is off. But then, see, that is the fact. But we don't look at that as a fact. We do not, though we have a freedom to choose, we do not look at the fact as facts. We start adding our own stories to it. We start spicing it up. And that is where the question like, why this has to happen only to me? I'm so unlucky. See, the very beautiful sharing in the WhatsApp which came, which says, see, it's a rainy day. So if I have to look at it, look at the fact as a fact, I will say, okay, it's raining. If I have to spice it up, if I have to add stories to it, maybe I say, oh my God, it's raining. And it's so difficult. The whole day it's going to rain. I will not be able to do whatever I've planned. We had a lot of stories. So remember, between every stimulus and every response, there is a freedom to choose. And the freedom is either to react or to respond. And most of the time, instead of responding, we are only reacting. That's because we have a lot of emotional baggage there with us. See, I'm watching something very important and the power goes off. It only means the power is off. That's it. But then I add a lot of stories to it. That depends on the emotional baggage that I'm carrying. I add a lot of stories to it. I keep telling myself, oh my God, I'm so unlucky. This happens to me every time. And why only to me it should happen? See, I have so many stories to it. And then when I get triggered and I start reacting, I become very emotional. I start throwing an emotional drama because I had chosen to react and not to respond. So remember, between every stimulus and every response, the choice is always yours. The freedom to choose is always yours, either to respond or to react. And we will choose to respond or react depending on the emotional baggage that we are carrying. If only I can be brilliant enough and if I can choose to respond, I will learn the art of dancing with stability. That depends and that requires a different darshan, a different vision, I need to look at things from a different perspective, very simple. And if I can do that as teachers, I think it's very, very important that we have become aware of our own emotions, because emotional intelligence is self-awareness and your ability to handle others. And we are handling students. Again, I repeat, they are in the most vulnerable stage of their life and we are handling them. If I'm not able to be aware of my own emotions, if I'm not able to be intelligent enough as far as my emotions are concerned, it becomes difficult for me to handle the emotions of others. So like Mrs. Vijayala Kennedy said, the first step towards emotional intelligence is emotional awareness. And I will tell you a bit of science, what happens when we become emotional. Because Mrs. Jagadan Lakshman was asking, she said, see, I know I should not shout. I know I should not get angry. I know I should not behave this way. But then when situation comes, there's no logic applied to it. I'm not able to be intelligent enough in handling the situation. I shout at my son and he remembers it even at the age of 40. So exactly what happens when I become emotional is we get emotionally hijacked. I will give you a very small science behind the whole process. India versus England cricket match. Saurav Ganguly was the captain. India won the match. Immediately, Ganguly removed his t-shirt. Mike Tyson was fighting against his opponent Holyfield. And when Holyfield hit Mike Tyson on his head, Mike Tyson, he just bit Holyfield's ears and he spat it out. A parent was going out for a party and the daughter said she'll stay in a friend's house. She went to her friend's house. The friend's house was locked. So she came back home. She wanted to give her parents a surprise. She hid inside a cupboard. When the father came in, he knew something was wrong. He searched room to room with a gun. And the moment the daughter jumped out of the cupboard saying, "Daddy," he shot her. She died after 12 days in the ICU. What happens in all these situations is, in the process of evolution, the first brain that was formed is your emotional brain, amygdala. And the second brain that came up into existence was a neocortex. So let's do away with all these technological terms of amygdala and neocortex. It was the emotional brain and the thinking brain. So any time a registration has to happen, the first registration will only go to your emotional brain. And it will take 2 or 3 seconds or 2 or 3 minutes for the message to go to your thinking brain. That is why most of the time we break out, we throw such a big drama and then we feel so bad about the whole process. We get so angry with somebody, we throw the remote from the hand, the remote gets broken, and then when we are putting pieces together, we feel so bad about the way we reacted. Because the message is only in the emotional brain when I reacted. The difference between reacting and responding is when the message is there in the emotional brain, I react. When the message goes to my thinking brain, I think and then behave, I respond. That is, we say many times, acting without brains. That's because I've been reacting from my emotional brain. India versus England. Before that, England, Flintoff had won the match. And when England won the match, Flintoff had removed his t-shirt. So the moment India won the match, the first message that entered Saurav Ganguly's brain was, yeah, we have won the match, do something. He removed his t-shirt. And after 3 or 4 seconds or 2 or 3 minutes, the message goes to the thinking brain. And then Ganguly feels so bad because the whole world is watching him. Mike Tyson, the previous match, he had lost with Holyfield because the similar way, Holyfield had hit Mike Tyson on his head. And Mike Tyson had lost the match. So the next time when Mike gets hit, the message is do something. A world famous boxer knows it is against the rule of boxing. He's debarred from boxing for the next 5 years. Calcutta, a fire broke out when people were on the 7th floor. See, this emotional brain is for survival, fight or flight mechanism that is there to save you, help you. So 7th floor, fire broke out. The message goes to the emotional brain. Immediately, the instruction from the emotional floor brain is jump. And as they were jumping, they realized, oh my God, I'm jumping from the 7th floor. So the difference between responding and reacting will be the difference when the message is there in the emotional brain or if the message is there in the thinking brain. So whenever I get emotional, the question you asked was what to do. At least the first step is be aware. Become aware that you're getting angry. Become aware that you're getting upset. It is okay to get upset. It is okay to get angry. It is okay to feel bad. It's okay to get frustrated. It's okay to feel. But then it has to be a choice. So remember, the moment you're upset, the moment you're angry, at least the first awareness is, oh my God, I'm upset. Or oh my God, I'm angry. The moment you're aware, take a break. Take a break. At least remember the message is only in your emotional brain. And it has not gone to the thinking brain. So what do we do? So whenever I'm emotional, if I can buy some time, if I can tell them, okay, let me speak to you after 10 minutes. We will discuss this after half an hour. Take a break, if possible. Sports is one best positive way of venting out negative energy. That is why sports is a must in every schools and colleges. And as we grow older, we stop playing. Or we stop playing and then we grow. And because of that, we grow older. I don't understand. Because the moment emotion is energy in motion. There's so much of energy piled up in the body. So only when the energy goes out, I think I will be able to think calmly. So the moment I become emotional, the moment I shoot up, the moment my body is filled with energy, I need to find out a way to vent it out. Sports, if it is your students, advise them to go to the ground and play, to run, play cricket, to play shuttle, whatever it is. Let them vent out all the energy and then come back for a discussion. We women, maybe if we cannot do that, I always have a small suggestion. I always tell people, soak all the clothes that's there in the house, don't put it in the washing machine, wash it yourself. Let all the energy go out, all the negative energy go out. Because whenever we go for a body workshop, because remember, all negative energies they get piled up in the body only. There's we call it psychosomatic sicknesses. Psychosomatic is, and most of the time nothing is wrong with me physically. 90% of the time I have issues only because of my emotional problems. I'm very emotional, I'm upset, I'm angry. Too much of anger, too much of resentment vented within leads to cancer. When I stand in a job for a long time that I don't like to do, I end up with varicose veins. Too much of stress leads to ulcers, blood pressure, heart attack. And they've also found out, like, if a person, if I'm not interested in listening to them and if they continuously keep speaking, I slowly become deaf. Because consciously I keep shutting myself off. So most of the time, the sickness that we are experiencing is psychosomatic. It is psychological, then physiological. So whenever there's so much of energy filled in the body, if it is not vented out, it will get stored in the body and it will show up as dis-ease. The body is not at ease with itself. So if we have to do away with that, vent it out, vent it out. So lock your bedroom, take a big pillow, whomever you're angry with, think of that person and hit it. Because see, this is the kind of treatment that we give for people who have piled up anger, like they've been angry with their spouse or the father or the mother for years together, and they come to us for counseling. We call it bataka treatment. We give them a big bed and we give them a stick and we tell them, imagine that's the person whom you're really angry with, hit the bed, let the energy go out, and then we will sit for a counseling. That's a kind of treatment. Let the person concerned not see that because they will get a heart attack. So lock the bed, hit the pillow, or write a letter to the person. Use whatever language you want. But again, see that the person concerned does not receive the letter. There's a history which says under Abraham Lincoln's bed, you have found so many unposted letters whenever he was angry with people, because journaling or writing is one beautiful way of venting out negative energy. Write it, write it. At least this Corona times, sitting at home, sitting with your spouse and your children for 9 months, 10 months together, I think you would have realized what a blessing our profession is. What a blessing it's to get ready and go to college. 9 months together, many of us underwent a lot of psychological issues. I wrote a whole notebook. I wrote and wrote and wrote and wrote. And remember, last month I burned the entire notebook. Bogi need not be celebrated only before Pongal. So journaling is another positive way of bending out negative energy. Get into a room, lock yourself, write till your energy is vented out, and then tear it up. Please don't show to the person concerned. And by then, you've got some time. Your message has moved from your emotional brain to your thinking brain. Now sit and think. Before that, whatever you do will only be a reaction. There's always a difference between reaction and response. Between every stimulus and every response, the choice, the freedom to choose is yours. Remember, we have two worlds. One is here and one is the outside world. And most of the time, if this world is dependent on the outside world, the stimulus, the response, if this world is dependent on the outside world, I have a problem. Because see, every time something happens there, if I'm going to react, every time something happens there, if I'm going to react, and see, like Vidya said, my emotions are right, the other's emotion, I don't think it is right. So every time I become a judge for myself. A phone rings, somebody talks to you in a bad way, somebody doesn't listen to you, and see, we usually use a statement. Obviously, when they behave that way, I get angry. There was a stimulus and it was your choice to respond. And obviously you say, obviously when this is the way the person behaves, I will get angry. Obviously when the phone rang, I got irritated. Obviously when the person was not listening to me, I got very upset. So see, when everything becomes obvious, when it is like, yes, I have to get angry. When the person behaves that way, I have to get angry. It's justified. When you justify it that way, you know what happens over here, your emotional well-being, you will become all right only when the person changes. Obviously, you'll be happy only when they don't react that way. Obviously, you will feel better only when the person changes. Obviously, you feel happy only when they listen to you. And then that means you're giving your control to somebody else. You're giving your power to somebody else. You're letting the other person rule you. And obviously, you will not be happy unless you're outside the environment outside changes. No. Remember, we have the freedom to choose. You get angry, you get upset, you get irritated, nothing wrong, but let that be your choice. Instead of making it obviously, make it your choice. You choose to get angry. You choose to get irritated. You choose to get upset. Then you choose when you will get healed. Because when you choose to get angry, when you choose to get upset, you become powerful. But when you make it very obvious, when you make it so obvious, then what happens is you become powerless. You will become all right only when the person changes. And that is not in your hands. What is in your hands is your response to whatever has happened outside. So choose to get angry. Choose to, and I can choose to get angry. I can choose to get upset. I can choose to shout at somebody only after the message enters my thinking brain, only after I give a bit of thinking to it. And that is emotional intelligence, adding intelligence to your emotions. I think all of us would have had this experience, or check it out next time. When you're crying very bitterly for some reason, you're very upset, you're very hurt, you're crying for some reason. And as you're crying, let a small question pop in. Just ask yourself, why are you crying? The moment the question comes, why are you crying? You will stop crying. Because with your emotions, you're adding some logic now. So if I have to be emotionally intelligent, the first step is self-awareness. I should choose to respond. I should become. I should have the ability to respond. Responsibility. And as teachers, I think it is a must. Until I learn to handle my emotions, I cannot role model it. Consciously or unconsciously, we have a lot of people looking up at us. So remember, every time there's an outburst, every time you're crying, every time you're angry at something, every time you're upset, remember for a second at least, the message is only in the emotional brain. I need to buy some time. for the message to move to the thinking brain. And this will not happen immediately. It needs a lot of practice. First time I listen to this, I go home and I tell myself, okay, when this happens, I should not react, I should respond. But then that doesn't come easily. So again, I throw a tantrum, I create a drama, and after an hour or a day, I tell myself, oh my God, I've taught myself not to behave this way. Then probably you can sit and visualize. Next time a situation of the same thing happens, how should you behave? So every time you throw a drama, then sit back with yourself, introspect, ask yourself what had happened, why you behave that way, and visualize another behavior. Maybe with a lot of practice, something happens outside when people are triggering your emotion. With a lot of practice, you will be able to at least tell yourself, come on, trying to trigger you. You're going to get angry now, move out of the situation, at least stay away. So that needs a lot of practice. And I always felt being aware and being mindful is also very, very important. Be mindful. Let go. Be mindful. Let go. Let go. Let go. Don't hold anything. Our biggest problem is we are either in the past or in the future. All our anger, all our tensions, all our depressions are related to the past. All our fears, all our anxieties are related to the future. Most of the time, we are not in the here and now to enjoy life as it is. Let go and be in the present. I always share an example where when I was pregnant, I think people listening to me for the second or third time on emotional intelligence would have known this example, but still. When I was pregnant, I'd asked my husband for parathas. He got it for me. And when he was about to eat, I saw my mother-in-law crying. And I asked her why, what happened? So her story relates to 30 years back when she was pregnant. She had asked my father-in-law for parathas and he never got it for her. Now my biggest problem was I didn't know whether to eat or not. But jokes apart, if we can look at the situation seriously, if somebody could carry a baggage for 30 years, imagine how tough your journey will be. So let go, let go, let go. The moment I clear my baggages, see, always remember when I get triggered, when I shout at somebody or when I throw up a drama, most of the time it may not be relating to the current situation at all. For example, see, I counsel couples before going for a divorce. I had a couple with me, and the issue was when she filed the divorce, the issue was they wanted to go out for a function or a wedding, and the husband wanted her to wear a sari. She wanted to wear a churidar, and he said no. And she got totally irritated. She said, "No, I'm not living with." It was a love marriage. She said, "I'm not living with you anymore. I'm filing a divorce." So when it came to the court and when it came to counseling, I know that because when I had to discuss the issue, people said, "What nonsense! Just because her husband asked her to wear a churidar, she's filing for a divorce." No, usually that particular incident would have been the last straw. We have a lot of incidents piling up, piling up, piling up. Especially women, we take in a lot of nonsense. We don't react. We keep suppressing, 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 and one fine day it bursts out. And so every time I get triggered, every time something bursts out, it is because of the baggage that I'm carrying. So clear of the baggage, let go, let go, let go. Don't carry anything. Forgive people, let go. Forgive them, bless them so that you get healed. Don't carry a lot of baggages with you because your journey is going to be very, very, very difficult. One positive emotion I've always thought was forgiving people, because I love this quote. You cannot get angry with a person without hurting yourself, because getting angry with a person is throwing a hot iron rod on the person. You get hurt first and then the person. So let go, forgive people. Very beautiful process called catharsis. There was an African American, after the African American War, an African lady was made to stand, and opposite to her was an American soldier who had destroyed her family. So these people now told her, "See, ma'am, this is the soldier who killed your husband, your children. You're an orphan only because of the soldier." So whatever punishment you want to give him, you can give him. This is called catharsis. Catharsis is a positive way of venting out negative emotion. So whatever you want, you can talk to me, whatever you want, you can, right? You deal with it. So this elderly lady, she looked up at the soldier who was responsible for ruining her entire family. She just looked up at him and she said, the first word she used was, son, I'm an orphan now. Can I adapt you as my son? If somebody can forgive a person who has done so much to her, why can't we? So I've always felt the moment I clear my baggage, the moment I let go, forgive people, I get healed. So whatever it is, choose. See, sometimes I find it so difficult to forgive people. How can I forgive somebody who's done this to me? At least put an intention there to forgive. At least have an intention. Okay, now, as of now, I'm not able to forgive them. But then I put an intention in the future, at least I'll forgive them. Because only if you clear off your baggages, getting triggered will reduce. And we will, we can be free. Our journey will be free. And the other most beautiful positive emotion I've always thought was being grateful for whatever we have. Because we are never grateful. We always keep cribbing. We always keep complaining. There's lots to complain. There's lots to say, I don't have this, I don't have that. See, Corona times, a person was admitted in a foreign country. He had to be kept under a ventilator. And once he was getting discharged, the doctors handed a bill to him. And the moment he saw the bill, he started crying. So doctors asked him what happened. If you don't have money to pay the bill, it's okay. We'll pay it for you. He said, no. I have all the money in this world to pay for this bill. But then what I was thinking was, see, so far, so many years, 70 years of my lifetime, I've been using everything free. God had given so many things free. And now for this ventilation for 5 days, I had to pay so much. And I've been ever grateful to God for whatever blessings I've been bestowed with. So one small request is, make a gratitude journal every night. It helps. It really helps. Every night before going to bed, sit with yourself and write down what are the things you need to be grateful for. Especially when you're angry with somebody. See, when we are really angry with somebody, we forget whatever they've done for us in our life. So especially when you're angry with somebody, especially you're not happy with somebody, sit with yourself and start writing. Ask yourself, what are the nice things that person has given you in your lifetime? If you don't find anything positive, remember that person has chosen to give you beautiful life lessons because of which you are stronger. So be grateful, start writing a gratitude journal and be more accepting of yourself and others. Because emotional intelligence means understanding, being aware of my emotions and understanding the other person's emotion. I will be able to understand others only when I'm able to understand myself. Be more accepting. World's biggest wars are fought here. I find it so very difficult to accept myself. Vidya, how much time do I have?
I think it is almost over, if I'm not mistaken. Because you wanted to be very interactive, and anyway, we were not interactive with you. You can continue, Kana. You take some more time. Vidya is not to be seen. Vidya is not there. Vidya, are you there?
I'm here, ma'am.
Vidya has more time.
You can proceed, ma'am. We'll let you know.
Thank you, Vidya. So be more accepting of yourself and of others, because I will be able to understand others. I will be able to accept others only when I start accepting myself. And the biggest problem that all of us are going through is self-acceptance. I'm not happy with myself. I don't accept myself. I don't love myself. That is the biggest problem. See, as women, somewhere in the growing up process, we've been taught, or there's been a lot of injunctions telling a woman should not do this, a woman should not do that. Even men, for that sake, poor people, men are not allowed to cry. And that is the most of the time men end up with heart attacks because they just suppress themselves so much. Remember, feelings and emotions are common for men and women. I can get angry and a man can cry, nothing wrong. But then we suppress our emotions. And after marriage, it's affirmed that again we suppress ourselves. We don't, throughout our lifetime, we wear a mask and we find it so difficult to be ourselves, to love ourselves, to take care of ourselves. I've been counseling a lot of women. I've spoken to women in a very high postings, and I've been surprised to see how much of suppression they've been going through, in spite of the fact they're earning, in spite of the fact they're well placed. But still, I've always felt a woman feels guilty to take care of her needs. Self-care is not being selfish. Take care of yourself. Demand for whatever you want. Make a wish list. At the end of the session, make a wish list. Ask yourself, ask the little child in you, ask the child what it wants. Make a wish list and see that you tick it off. After marriage, I think life changes after marriage. We forget who we were before marriage. We give up so much of our desires. We've been wanting to do a lot of things in life. We see, again, like Mrs. Vijaya said, it depends. You need to strike a balance. But then, within your limits, you can still keep yourself happy. I have a habit of making a wish list every 6 months and ticking it off. Because I feel taking care of myself is not being selfish, because only when a woman is happy, the house is happy. And only when the house is happy, it gives a very positive society. So we are not superwomen. Many of us want to play a lot of roles perfectly well. A perfect wife, see, the term perfect itself it differs from person to person. You've given your 100%, you've given your best, and tell yourself it's okay if I'm not able to do whatever I wanted to do. Please give yourself permissions. Tell yourself it's okay. This is it. This is the best that I could deliver. This is the best I could do. Please see to that you have a me time with yourself. And I always, like Mrs. Vijay said, have a support system to lean on. And I've always felt the best support system for a woman should be another woman. Because a woman always understands a woman better. We are 6 of us, lifetime friends for the past 40, 45 years, traveling, sharing, going around, and we find that so very useful, because without that support system, I would have found it very difficult to proceed in life. So have a very strong support system, create a set of friends for yourself, freak out, have fun, laugh a lot, have some me time, and tell yourself it's okay to be happy, it's okay to do what I want to do, provided you know your boundaries. So if I can take care of myself, if I can keep myself happy, if I can write a wish list and tick it off, if I can live my life, if I can remove the mask and be whatever I am, I think your baggages will get clear. So all the best. God bless you. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, madam. With this,
Let us check the chat box for questions from the participants, ma'am.
Yeah.
Sashi, I don't know whether I am allowed to ask questions. நீங்க சொன்னீங்க கோவம் வரும்போது அந்த இமோஷனுக்கு இடம் கொடுக்காம இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ்க்கு இடம் கொடுங்கங்கறீங்க. அதுக்கே நேரம் இருக்கிறது இல்லையே, கோவம் வந்துருதே.
That comes out of practice, ma'am. You need to practice. See, Vijaya, all of us, maybe we can have a. See, Vijaya ma'am has a tool. She says, "I stop talking." As of now, even I practice that. When I'm really angry, I stop talking, because I know when I get really angry, I throw words so badly. I stop talking. So probably we need to create a technique or a tool when we know when we are getting angry, we either mute or we stop talking or do something so that we don't react immediately. It needs a lot of introspection and self-work, ma'am. Expectation of the future is good or bad. Having a goal, working towards that is okay. But then having an expectation, we never know what happens in the future. See, did any of us expect that 1 year we'll be sitting at home? No. So we never know what happens in the future. Why waste time? Have a
Practice பண்றதுக்கு, like you told me you have to practice it.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know. It seems நான் வந்து ரொம்ப வயசுலாம் ஆயிடுச்சு, இனிமேல் என்ன ப்ராக்டிஸ் பண்ணுவேன்னு தெரியாது. But still, how to practice னு ஏதாவது சொல்லி கொடுத்தீங்கன்னா பரவாயில்லை. As a psychologist.
Yes, ma'am. நான் என்ன பண்ணுவேன்னா, see, once you're angry, we create a scene, yeah. Then I sit and I start writing. Yeah, what happened? Yeah, drama, I start writing. And next time I tell myself, okay, this is what happened. And see, most of the time we have our the period cycle, we really get triggered easily. So sometimes when I write only, I realize it was only because I was feeling a bit low that I shouted at people. So if for awareness periods time, emotional silent. Or I tell people around, see, I'm going through a tough time. I might throw up dramas, so bear with me. So I take support from people also. I tell my husband, I tell my child in periods time, so they will sense it, bear with me because I'm a bit low already. So when I know I'm really getting angry, I tell people I'm really angry. If I'm on the call, I cut the call. So more awareness is when I'm angry, at least I should not talk. I should not react immediately. Take a break. So this simple practice, it will happen. I write a lot. Every time I throw a drama, I write what happened. And once I start writing, I think I get the clarity.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Sashi.
Thank you.
There's a question in chat box, ma'am. When we get to know others' emotions, how do we respond?
So how you would like the other person to respond to you? Treat the other person that way. You're very upset. So if you are upset, how do you expect your friend to respond to you? Because all of us are human beings, all of us would like to be treated the same way. So when the other person is upset, the other person is angry, then imagine put yourself there, imagine if you had to be, if you are upset, if you were angry, how you would like to be treated, treat the other person that.
Thank you, ma'am, for that.
Any other questions?
Any other questions? There are a lot of thanks on YouTube as well here in Zoom, ma'am. Nice session. Practical difficulties have been shared and discussed. Useful one.
Students, please make use of the opportunity. Ask questions. She wanted to be interactive, but you failed to interact with her.
Okay. There's one.
You can ask
When
questions.
family does not consider our emotions, how should I handle? See, most of the time, others will not consider our emotions because we also take ourselves or treat ourselves as secondary. So it is how much you make others understand that you're important. I think you get respect according to that. The moment you treat yourself as a second-class person, or you suppress yourself and you say it's okay to be treated like a doormat, then people will start taking advantage. If you can put your foot down and say, no, this is this, I don't like to be treated. See, it is boundaries. People like us with lot of difficulties, we learn to put boundaries. Boundaries is I will not take it. It doesn't come easily. And I'm talking to a lot of women of late, and I find putting boundaries is very, very difficult for people. The session after this, Lata is going to handle, she will tell you. Because with lot of difficulties, we've put boundaries and we've told people, we put a foot down and we've told people, this is it. We will not take up nonsense. Only the moment you decide to put your foot down and tell people, I cannot take up nonsense, my emotions need to be respected, will people respect your emotions?
But
if you decide to give it,
sometimes, even if you make them understand that I cannot put up with you anymore, kind of thing, but still they don't realize that the relationship, or maybe my own husband with me, like they take advantage of that superiority in our Indian system. Men always think they are superior to women. So they say, like, I will continue. I mean, they don't say it out. They continue to behave like that. Like, you may have your own boundaries. You explain to them in a nice manner. You're taking advantage of me. You are doing this always. You take me for granted. You explain to them. There is no change in some people. That time you feel irritated. You get
out of my experience, what I have learned was, see, even initially I had very difficult time putting boundaries with my husband, but out of my experience, what I've learned was, somewhere, see, all of us are human beings, all of us are emotional beings, all of us have a child inside. There is a card which will really make the other person listen to you. Make the other person also get. They might become aware, or they might become. No, you trigger the fear inside them, or maybe they say, okay, beyond this, if I don't change, she will not put up. Somewhere there is a card, and if that message gets across to them, they change.
That
Maybe
is
we
what.
need
That's
to.
what I have to interfere here. Like, I don't mind being very transparent. My husband, like just before his death, maybe 15 or 20 days before his death, he came to college for some function. On the stage, I don't know whether you were here at that time.
I was there.
Yes, he said my wife was such a great person. Like,
He read a poem also.
yes, he was. She was next to my mother. I think she was more than my mother. Something and all he narrated. So that time only I could understand. Like somehow the message had gone into him that I was caring for him. I looked after him. But before that, he never made me feel that he realized it. ஒரு நாள் வாயை திறந்து சொன்னதில்லை. But அதுல என்ன யூஸ்டா? அப்ப போய் சொல்லி I was only crying.
I feel men don't speak it out much, but and tell out of my experience with the men that I had around, men are more sensitive than us. Men are more. They have a lot of fear inside them. They become very insecure very easily. They don't speak it out because that's been how that's the way we taught them. இது காமிக்க கூடாது, அது காமிக்க கூடாதுன்னு. But if you can break it, they become very, very vulnerable. They're very dependent also. அது எங்க break பண்றது நமக்கு தெரிஞ்சா போதும். And then you tell them, see, this is how I like to be treated. They will listen.
Maybe I was not bothered to break it down.
You were busy with so many other things outside.
It's okay. Let him be like that. Let me be like this. I was concerned about him. I was looking after him, and I cared for him. I did all my best to him, but I was not bothered. At a point, I just left it. Like even if I had gone for 10 days training, once I went to Bangalore for a training, that is women empowerment, something university had sent me. He was not even calling me once, I was feeling so upset. Like he doesn't miss me. He's not calling me. Like 10 days, I never had a call from him. like after that, I thought that is his behavior. Let me not be bothered about that. But I will be very emotional. I'll care for him. I'll look after him. And I did my best. So before his death, he realized, na enna prayojanam.
And every relationship needs a lot of space. A lot of space for people to be themselves. I need to be permitted to be myself, and the other person vice versa. When there's a lot of space in relationship, I think there's lesser problems.
Okay, if it is time, if there are no questions, maybe you can hand over the session.
Factor pull women to create an emotional drama. Because I think most of the time we suppress, and most of the time we use certain strategies to show our emotions. Maybe most of the time we think by crying people will understand, or we use that tool alone. We are not used to responding or being assertive enough. We either become very aggressive or we become passive. And when we become aggressive, I think drama starts. Maybe we need to use the adult thinking, adult brain, and become assertive. The more we become assertive, the more we learn to say no, the more we start taking responsibility for our happiness, the lesser dramas we will throw. Vidya?
Yes, ma'am. One last question.
Yeah.
How to calm down after getting to a peak of emotions?
You cannot calm down once.
Very nice question, Vidya.
Peak of emotions. I've been telling you, you should become aware that this is going to happen. Peak போயிடுச்சுன்னா அப்புறம் இறங்கிறது கொஞ்சம் கஷ்டம். So let your emotions not reach the peak when you're getting angry. See, again, this is not, it's easily said, but then initially or 10 time we'll go to the peak, we'll throw tantrums, we'll throw dramas, we'll create a scene, and then slowly as we start introspecting, asking yourself why this is happening, why I'm overreacting, what is the insecurity, what is the fear. Naraya, when you start working with yourself and then you realize what's actually happening inside you, then slowly we become aware. This needs a lot of self-work. I've been a person who literally throws things when I get really angry. But I've done so much of work with myself, I've sensed all my insecurities, all my fears. I've written down so much. Then I take help from people. I discuss a lot with friends. And then now I know when something is when I'm getting triggered and say, see, every time you're emotional, it manifests in the body somewhere. When you're scared, maybe there's churns in the stomach. When you're angry, maybe that's shown in your breath. Every time there's an emotion, it manifests in the body. So when that signal comes, you should understand, okay, I'm getting emotional. Then you have a strategy. Either you stop talking, or you just move, or you take a break. Have a strategy and then move, and then think. And this will only come with a lot of practice. Yes, Vidya.
So that is what is all about. All emotional intelligence is all about. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Vidya.
Thank you. So with no more questions, we can wind up with a group photography, ma'am. I request the participants to kindly open up your cameras for a group photography with Sashi Prabha, ma'am. We'd be happy if all of you could do it for us for a while.
Our group photo vamma poluga.
Yes, ma'am.
Ennamo light varudra.
Jagatha, ma'am, your mic is unmuted, ma'am. All of you, please. Yes. Thank you, all of you. Wait for a while for a click. Are we ready for the click? Shall we go? Are we ready for the click? Ma'am, please. Give me a minute, ma'am. Are we ready?
Yes, ma'am.
You're ready? Shall we go for the click?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm doing it now.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So we are moving on to
Thank you.
Sashi, ma'am. A vote of thanks from us.
Thank you, madam. With this, your session was full of enthusiasm with live illustrations. Definitely, we'll start practice to write our gratitude journal, and we have learned the right ways to manage and to show off our emotions. Thank you, ma'am. We are very fortunate to listen to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Purni.
Madam Sudarshana, are you ready? Shall we proceed?
Yes,
Lata, ma'am, are you ready? Shall we proceed, ma'am?
yes. Can you give me host rights so I can share my presentation also?
A minute, ma'am.
Yeah.
Shilpa Kulkarni, ma'am. Yeah, thank you for that.
If your actions inspire others to dream more, to do more, and become more, you are a leader. Now I call upon Sudarshanam, member, Center for Women Development, P.K.R. Arts College for Women, to introduce a guest of honor for the third session.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. Ma'am, shall I continue, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Good afternoon, one and all present here.
It gives me immense pleasure and honor to introduce the speaker of the session, Mrs. Lata Parameshwaran, founder and chief coach at Life by Design, a training and coaching organization in Coimbatore. Madam is a certified life skill coach with credits in cognitive behavioral therapy and neuropsychology, supporting people to make subtle mind shifts to experience visible results.
Sudarshana ma'am. Sudarshana ma'am. Your mic is in mute.
Studying experiment with neuropsychology the past 4 years, so has added to her repertoire in understanding human psychology and biology. All of her coaching is based on her discovery through intense self-searching and learning. Growing up in a small family in the beautiful surrounding of Kunnur in the evergreen Nilgiri Hill of Tamil Nadu gave her an exposure to the cross culture of people and families that enriched her experience with people. A graduate in commerce with a postgraduate degree in business management, she has previous work experiences in academics and administrative capacities with colleges and corporate organizations. Madam is a voracious reader, well-read and erudite, and a deep contemplator. She enjoys soulful music and occasional fun with friends, mostly preferring solitude and meditative times with herself, not afraid to speak her mind and follow the dictates of her heart. She is passionate about making people think about their lives rather than run on autopilot mode. Today, she will be addressing the topic married working women in the education sector and their quality of life. Happy to welcome you once again, madam. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, madam. The road to success is not an easy path to walk. It's filled with thorns and pitfalls. Only those with strong determination in life could go for the fruit of success. All successful people had a failure in their book of history, but they never give up. One such eminent personality is with us today. I feel really happy to invite Mrs. P. Lata, founder and chief life skill coach, Life by Design, Coimbatore, to deliver her address. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, Lata ma'am, over to you.
Yeah, is the screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
all right.
Lata, invite. Lata.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Welcome to you. Good morning.
Thank you.
Thank you for accepting the.
My pleasure, ma'am. My pleasure.
Thank you.
I'm actually quite excited to speak today.
Yes. I couldn't hear you.
No, I'm actually excited to be speaking today.
Yes. Thank you. Because personal experience, no. I don't know whether you listened to me. I was speaking only.
I did. I've been on the session.
Nothing only I expressed.
Yes,
Okay.
I've been here from the beginning, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. Go ahead.
Right.
All the best.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, respected Jagda Lakshmanan, ma'am, Dr. Kavita, Dr. Vidya, and all the other faculty with the Department of Management Studies at P.K.R. Arts College for Women, and of course the Center for Women's Development, all the other distinguished speakers, the very special participants of today's webinar from across the country, I hear, and all the other people who might be tuning in through YouTube. First of all, I'm at a confused state as to whether to say good afternoon, good morning. So please feel free to choose whichever you want. And I know it's lunchtime, so your stomachs must be grumbling. Mine definitely is, but I will still keep you engaged because I'm excited. I'm in a long while, really. Today is one day that I've been looking forward to speak. And in preparation for this talk today, there were many surprising points that I even discovered by reading, widely on the internet also. There were some bits of information that were very new to me also. So I will going to be talking. There is somebody else talking. Somebody else is speaking. Can you please mute yourself? Thank you so much. All right. So I'm going to be talking on the quality of life of married women in the education sector. But I have taken my liberties like I always do. So I will not stick only to the education sector, but of course it also applies to married women working in the education sector. So this is how I have organized my talk today. So first, we'll just take a quick look, an introduction to what is quality of life and quality of life of married women. We look at what work-life balance, what it really means, what education and gainful employment, which is, work for money, which is what all of us are doing at the moment, the positives or the upside of that, and of course, the negatives or the downside of that. Going forward, what could be the solutions? So I have puffed up about 5 solutions that we can quickly probably look at in the time that I have today. And then, of course, any questions that you may have and that hopefully I will be able to answer. So first of all, starting off with an introduction to what quality of life is, especially with the emphasis on married women working in the education sector. This is a quote that I really, really love. It's attributed to Abraham Lincoln, but widely written on the internet nowadays that it was not actually Abraham Lincoln who said it. Anyway, that's how it appears in most places, so I've maintained his name. But the quote is so important that in the end, it's not the years in your life that count, it's the life in your years. So it is not how long you live. We're so obsessed with longevity, with the number of years that I'm going to be alive on this planet. But every day, if you're just surviving another day, you haven't really lived at all. And for a lot of girls and women, there are stories, numerous stories that we can read elsewhere and personal sharing from women and our own lives probably also, where there is there is a before marriage and an after marriage. So it is like BM and AM, kind of thing. So it's a totally different life, but it doesn't have to be that way. And hopefully today I will be able to throw some light on how there does not have to be such a huge shift in a woman's life when she gets married, because the responsibilities are going to increase, and that is a shift. But it does not have to take away the quality of life, that style of life that you were living even before you got married doesn't really have to change. And that definitely is a choice. So what is quality of life? It is not standard of living. It is not, I'm making so much of money, so the family is doing well. It is not that. The standard of life. I have a big house, I have the cars, I have the social status. It is not just, it is not standard of living. It is not just wealth and employment and income either, not just. It is wealth, employment and income, but not just that. So what is it? It includes physical and mental health. We've looked at mental health in the last session in detail, and Dr. Vijala definitely touched upon the need for physical health. It is also education, your right to education, to lifelong learning. It also includes recreation and leisure time, which Sashi touched upon in the previous session, and social belongingness. So your social circle, your friend circle, your status as an individual human being in society also matters a lot. It is definitely part of the quality of life you're leading. Apart from that, you can add a couple of more to this. It includes freedom, it includes human rights and happiness. A lot of studies are being done across the world, even in big universities like Harvard and Stanford, on the quality of life, especially of married working women. Now, freedom and human rights have been easier to talk about and easier to measure actually. But happiness is a very subjective thing. What can you say makes people happy? It is so different. it encompasses so many different components. It's very difficult to put it into a very narrow, straight band kind of definition. What is happiness? And yet, I can say with pride today that there are professors, not just teaching economics or mathematics or business management, but who have come up with courses on happiness. And they're brilliant courses. There is one that I just did recently on Coursera. The chap also has, he's an Indian called Raghuraman, works abroad with an American university. He's written a book on happiness, and he also has a course on happiness, which is sponsored by Coursera. And it is just beautiful. And for a starter, I would recommend, that book for everybody to read. Definitely would give you methods to be more happy in your life, to build happiness in your life if you're already a happy person, and to spread happiness wherever you can. Now, next, let's just look at work-life balance. Personally, I think work-life balance is a misnomer. The name itself is wrong because we're starting off with the assumption that work is one thing on one hand and life is something else on the other hand. That whole idea actually blows my mind. I think somebody who wrote this probably was intending to say work, personal life balance, but instead just said work life. And what has happened because of that is that many people look at work as one big component and the rest of life all put together as one component. But it's not like that at all. And that is where I think we started, on the wrong foot, I would say. Work is one part of life, like family is, like your health is, like your happiness is, like your friendships are, like your social commitments are. Work is one component of your entire life. Life is a much bigger canvas. So you can't stack all of life on one side and put work against it. And that is why people have not been able to find the balance, because you can't stack work against all of life on the other hand and try to find a balance between the two. There will definitely be a compromise. And that is the compromise that we are debating today. What compromise do we have to make? Which ones are we willing to make? And what if we are not willing to make, but we are in a position where we have to make it? What to do then? So you see how much of confusion it has led to. I ideally think it should not be called work-life balance. It should be called work-family balance. Makes more sense. Work-friendships balance. I will also be offering a couple of solutions later on, like I've already told you, where I will make this more clearer to you as to how this can be done. But in my personal opinion, I stand very firmly with my idea that, this is a misnomer that has set us off on the wrong path, actually. We're not looking at work-life balance. We're looking to incorporate work into our life. So quality of life of women, definitely with so much of education and gainful employment happening, because women are employed even in the house. Now, a lady cooks at home. What if she is not there or not available to cook? You employ a maid servant maybe to cook, or you have a male servant to cook. You have to pay them for it. So this lady, because she happens to be your wife or your mother or your sister or your daughter, is not charging you for cooking and serving you. And therefore, it is not gainful employment, but it is still employment. So gainful employment, meaning you're employed somewhere where you make money for offering your services, your skills, your time, your knowledge, etc. So education and gainful employment, definitely it has changed the quality of life of girls. I'm talking about unmarried girls, because it has put a lot of money into their hands. It has allowed them to go out into the world and be exposed to the vagaries of the world even before marriage, and therefore it has definitely improved their quality of life. But when we talk about the quality of life of married women, at least in a country like India, marriage is the next thing that comes to mind once a girl's education is complete. And let us not pretend that it is only for parents that marriage is the next thing on their mind. It is like that way for many girls also, because I do training programs with only girls also in colleges, and I know that at the end of the day their question is, when am I going to get married? Because you have all these movies You have media, and you have all this glorified idea through media. It could be Facebook, it could be movies, it could be novels, it could be books that we read, anything that we read or watch today, which ties a woman's self-worth to not being a spinster. So the moment you're a spinster or you're unmarried, there's a question mark about it. So when is the ideal hero on the white horse coming to sweep me off my feet and they lived happily ever after, kind of happy ending, is what every girl looks forward to in her life. And just because of the tone of the voice that I'm using, please don't think that I'm against marriage or something. It is not like that at all. But I'm trying to, put the scenario across to you that it is not as if, let us not pretend that it is only society or parents who are forcing girls to get married. Of course, that does happen also in certain cases. I'm not saying no. But a lot of girls also, the next best thing after you finish your education and get a job is you're looking forward to getting married and having your own family without actually knowing whether you're ready for marriage. That is what I really want to discuss about today. The upside of education and gainful employment is extra income. It is extra income when you are unmarried, for your parents, for yourself, if your parents don't need the money. And once you get married, it is definitely extra income with the cost of living today, the standard of living that we seek to attain, etc. Definitely the extra income makes a difference, no doubts about it, which is why women themselves would like to work without any pressure from anybody else. It is also personal expendable income. You want to buy a lot of clothes, you want to buy accessories, you want to travel, you want to eat out. So there's a lot of expendable income. It is not just income which is useful for the household, but also for your personal expenses, which are quite many for women compared to men. So therefore, there also it is useful. It also gives you a kind of psychological confidence that yes, I'm in charge of my life now because I'm working, and I'm not dependent on anybody totally like I used to be. When you are unmarried, you are dependent on your parents. And after that, after you get married, you don't have to be dependent on the husband or the family that you got married into. So it gives you a kind of psychological confidence. I say psychological confidence because sometimes it is not real confidence. It gives you a feeling of, it gives you that good feel, like you put your feet in a bath of warm water and it feels good, on the skin. Nice, warm water. Like that, sometimes things can just give a kind of psychological comfort to you, but it's not real confidence that it is offering. Anyway, the psychological confidence is also good because it makes women want to explore further and move ahead with their lives. So these are the upsides, the positives, and they are definitely there for all women, whether we are happy or unhappy. I've not included in this, as you can see, on the income side, the monetary side, the materialistic side. Definitely, it has made a difference to our lives. Now, of course, the downsides are also there. There are a few negatives also associated with it. One is, of course, the tremendous stress that it has created, both physical, emotional, and mental. The need to balance your work and your family, especially after you get married. So before you get married, it is still a little bit more easier. But once you get married, you have all these extra responsibilities that you can't give away or wish away in your life. You have to do it. So, one is it does generate a lot of stress, especially if you don't know how to handle it. If you know how to handle it, it is much lesser. But once we don't know how to handle this, many women either freeze or they fight or they want to run away from it, which is divorce. Yeah, so we are not taught how to handle. That is the saddest part. I will be offering that as a solution in detail, but there is a need to teach women when they are girls, when they are in school and in college, how to handle stress in their lives. Sashi touched upon that in the previous session in answering questions also, that it is long-term practice. So it is not practice that can be done on a Zoom webinar, definitely. It is not a practice that can happen in, say, in a 4-day session or a 5-day session or even a 10-day session. It is something that you need to practice over months. Some people learn faster, some slower, but everybody can learn, and that is the best thing about it. The next negative is that it has caused a lot of disharmony in relationships. So right from the questions that were asked in the at the end of the previous 2 sessions, people are struggling for answers as to how to handle this. What do I do when somebody else, throws that emotion at me or doesn't give me an emotion that I'm expecting? What do I do? So it is in relationships that we learn more about ourselves rather than looking at us alone. When I look at myself in a mirror, I can see myself better. And relationships are those mirrors in our lives. And we can see the way that, I won't say all relationships, but definitely some relationship, and especially the married spousal relationship, is under tremendous stress in a lot of people's lives. Fun in life for women definitely changes after marriage. Men still continue to have the same friends they had in childhood. There is very few women, you can count them on the hands. It's changing nowadays with the latest generation of girls and women. But I'm talking about women of my age, probably some of your ages, late 30s, 40s, 50s. If you're around, definitely very few of us have stuck on or held on to the friendships that we had pre-marriage times. With Facebook, probably, with WhatsApp, maybe we are catching up on those relationships, but yet we are not able to experience the same joy and happiness that we probably did pre-marriage time. But men seem to be able to just continue with those relationships even after marriage. It doesn't change for them. And I think it's something that instead of complaining about men that, oh, you're continuing all those relationships, I had to give up mine after marriage, instead of complaining that way, I think it's a good thing to learn from men how to continue your friendships even after marriage. Yeah, one point to learn from men, definitely. Childbearing and child rearing has struggled, has suffered in certain cases also. The need for a lot of young children needing counseling, etc., is happening because of this. It is not intentional, but it is definitely a collateral damage, I would say, that has happened because women have started working. Not in a complaining mode, I don't want to make it a complaint, but it is something where we need to find a solution, which is why I think we are having this webinar in the first instance. So the age at which women are having children is being put off slow and slow. People say that girls say, I want to study and then I want to work and then I want to make money, which means marriage, happens at a later age, 30s, beyond 30s. Marriages, even happen at 32, 33, 34. Intentionally, it is not because of any other problem, because we have put off the marriage. And therefore, childbearing also happens at a later age. In a country which still has a lot of stigma attached to people who are not married, or girls especially who are not married, don't have children, etc. Then the stress of having to bear at least one child, bring in a progeny for the family, and then raise that child adds to the stress that many women are, of course, experiencing. Working hours, and with something like COVID adding its part, I think, to the whole pot boil of things, what has happened is that with the ability to work virtually from anywhere across the world today, most of you are, I'm sure, teaching from various parts to students who are living in various parts of the country, of the world, maybe even. So what has happened is sometimes there has been a blur between the working hours. Of course, I think the education industry is, or education sector, I should say, is one where working hours have been pretty well defined. Even though I know that teachers might crib about it, I've been a teacher myself and probably I've cribbed about it myself also. So we might still say that, oh, our college is doing more work, so I'm given more work, I have to stay beyond 4:30 and finish up this work. Even in spite of all that, compared to the corporate sector, I see some of my own students, some of my friends working in corporate sector, and I see that They work until 8, 9, 10, 11 sometimes, you know. I'm talking of pre-COVID days, working in the office. So coming home is going to be delayed, and then taking rest, getting sleep and catching up on sleep. Next day again going to work at the office, and you being a married woman is much tougher in the corporate sector than I would say in the education sector. So of course, like Vijala ma'am mentioned, and I did have in mind to mention this, that teachers take work home. So we prepare at home, we correct papers at home. So we do take a lot of work home. But with COVID and working virtually, I think all lines are blurred now, and there is no working hours. Everything is a working hour, whether you're working for the home or working for the organization where you're employed, you're working. You know, so that is probably again is putting a crunch on our time limits right now. And therefore, of course, on our ability to think clearly. We you know, I took a break from Zoom and webinars, etc. I'm doing one after a long time today, after about like 2-3 months, because I thought like now instead of face to face, we are loaded with people from all across the country, all across the world. There are so many people we are talking to. It's like everybody is sitting in my living room and I don't have any personal space. So that is one downside or negative also that I see. Of course, these are all my own perspectives, and we're free to debate them. So, from being a red caped superwoman, which women generally try to be because they like giving the best of themselves to everybody. See, fortunately, a woman is blessed with that kind of a mindset coming more from the right brain. A woman is able to synthesize rather than analyze. Though we do analyze when the situation calls for it, women are more of synthesizers. They like to bring people together. They like to bring things together. They don't want to, you know, separate things and keep them aside. So woman likes to bring harmony, organize, put everything together. You know, she's like the glue that holds the family together. She's the glue at her workplace, holding things together in whichever department or sector she's working. So she's like this superwoman who's available to everybody all the time, flying around, being in, you know, like all the X-Men, the X-Women series, which I'm very fond of. And I always say, you know, if I got one superpower, I've been asking myself this question, if I got one superpower, God decided to appear in front of me and say, take one superpower. What would I ask for? I would say, I want to be available in 8 places at one time, you know, so that I can offer services in 8 locations and, you know, be available for people across the globe wherever it is required. So right now we don't have that superpower, but we attempt it in this one avatar or in this one physical body that we are in. But sometimes it just metamorphoses into a red flag waving, stressed out woman. We set out with the idea, we are all pink eyed, we're wearing rose tinted glasses. And when we get married after our education and employment has started, and you get married and you want to be the superwoman who's like talented and skilled and educated and employed now and is going to get married and raise the children of the future and live a happily married life. Wow, superwoman. But unfortunately, for a lot of people, after some time, it turns out to be, you know, red flags. Oh my God, red flags all over the place. Or everything is blinking red and calling for your attention. And then you don't know where you want to give attention to. And that's what we call as stress. So, what is that crucial differentiating factor between a red cape superwoman and a red flag waving stressed out woman? I should mention over here that this is not the instance for all women around the globe. There are women who are able to actually balance out between, you know, being the superwoman at the workplace and, you know, in their personal lives with their families. So what is the factor that makes the difference? I just got some notes specially made for that. This is where I did some research on my own before coming to speak today. And on an average, you know, this is some good news. On an average, studies say that married people report greater happiness later in life. So all married women, there you go. There are studies that are you know, supporting you, favoring you. It says that on an average, married people, men or women, women included, quite a few women were included in that survey, they feel happy later in life, you know, than unmarried women. Separated women and divorced women, slightly lesser than that. And those who are remained unmarried and widowed women are somewhere in between all this. Some studies say that even after marriage, if you're happy, it's because you were always a happy person. You know, you were always a very happy-go-lucky kind of person. You enjoyed life. You're that kind of a human being, very simply. And therefore, whether marriage added to that or took away from that doesn't make a difference, because you can be happy in any situation. Therefore, you are happy after marriage also. Now, this is what I found for some women. Now, a person called Daniel Gilbert, who happens to be a professor of psychology and happiness studies. So you see, you got people who study happiness also, who teach happiness also. He's with Harvard University. And he says there is a crucial differentiating factor for married women. And that is, that crucial differentiating factor is your marital satisfaction. If you have a happy married life, it makes a tremendous difference to your quality of life, both in the family as well as at the workplace. So I think therefore it boils down to the question regarding the decision about your marriage. Do I want to get married? When do I want to get married? What kind of a person do I want to get married to? Is that the person that I have chosen right now, I have said yes to? And then your life is going to be happy. Unfortunately, most women jump into a decision on marriage without asking these crucial questions, and I will definitely share some experiences also with you on that. So remember that the crucial factor here is whether you are happy in your marriage. If you are happy in your marriage, the home is taken care of because you have a very supportive partner. I know many of you are going to jump at me and ask me, what if that is not the case? We'll talk about that also. But suppose you are married to a partner, you have a spouse who's very supportive, and you're very happy in your married life, then you can very easily take care of work and work-related challenges or stress might come up. You can easily, because you're in a better frame of mind to take care of that, because this is already taken care of. It is not that the man is doing the work at home and therefore you have no responsibility at home. I'm not saying that. Marital satisfaction does not mean you don't have any work to do at home after marriage. That is not the case. You're still the wife, you're still the mother, you're the one who will have to bear the child and then rear the child, with your husband contributing to it. But you're very happy there. You feel very fulfilled in that one aspect of your life. And therefore, that is a major base on which you can build, your future, the building, the construction of your house after that, the building after that. Like you have that joke in one of the Tamil movies, building strong and basement is weak. You can never have a strong building without a strong basement. So the strong basement here is a happy marriage. And therefore, I'd like to talk about some of the solutions over here. But after just completing what Mr. Gilbert had to say, he says that, the solution, one of the solutions that he proposes, before I go on to the solutions that I have generated for you, he says that we need to teach girls before they get married. We need to teach certain things which are very, very important. One is empathic listening. Then we need to teach them gratitude, which Sashi talked about a lot. Forgiveness also, she did talk about that. And also about non-violent communication. How we can convey messages to other people without having to be violent about it, without having to throw the drama, without creating so much of pain for everybody, including ourselves. So these life skills need to be taught to girls before they get married so that they can use them before marriage and definitely after marriage. Very, very important. These are always important in life. It's always necessary to be grateful, to be forgiving in life, even if you're unmarried. But after marriage, they gain extra importance. And therefore, I think every teacher, whether it's a school teacher, or whether it's a college lecturer, professor, principal, whatever capacity you are there, if you are teaching children, students, youngsters, adolescents, you are also a psychologist. You should be one. You don't need a formal degree in psychology, but if you don't have a basic understanding of people and how people work, what makes them tick, etc., it's very difficult to handle people. So, if you, as a teacher in that capacity, having to understand children under your care who are your students, if you have to train them to handle their married lives, then you should be asking these questions to yourself first in your life. And ma'am was suggesting, Jagna ma'am was suggesting at the beginning to Dr. Vijaya about, having a group. I totally agree. And ma'am, whether anybody else is in or not, I'm in, with the idea, because I really think
Lata.
that we need to
Thank
have
you, Lata.
support
You can
circles.
help us to organize
I
such a
will,
thing.
ma'am. Sure, we'll talk about that after the session
Maybe
also.
that will be the impact of this webinar.
I think
And
it should. I think we
yes,
should start helping people on this because it
yes,
is long-term practice. So we
yes.
might as well form a long-term group and practice.
And you
Very
can
simple.
be a counselor kind of
Yeah,
thing
yeah,
for
sure, ma'am. I'd love to.
you can talk to various
Yeah.
institutions we can talk to and
Sure.
ask people to join this. As Vijala ma'am pointed out, it shouldn't be a gossip about institutions.
No, no.
It should be just sharing of problems and then getting counseled by
Absolutely.
each other.
Absolutely.
That kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, Kana. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am.
Go ahead.
I just have a few solutions. So I'll just finish with that. Yeah.
Participants putting up
Number
in the
one,
that they'll be part of the venture.
definitely, ma'am.
Thank you.
One is that you need to make marriage a conscious choice. Marriage should be very conscious. It should not be on autopilot mode choice. It is not like studies, employment, marriage, child. It doesn't go that way. Maybe that is the order, but I think that is where we are physically ready for marriage at a certain age, and the government can only do so much by making a certain age as legal or lawful to get married at. So it says 18 years and older you can get married, or 21 years older you get married. That is all that the government can do. But even when you're 21 years of age, every girl needs to be, I'm sure there are many students on this call and probably some unmarried teachers also, youngsters. I hope you're listening. I want you to make your marriage a conscious choice. I want you to say that, yes, I know what I'm getting into when I get married. I know these are going to be the responsibilities that I cannot wish away after I get married. There will be expectations from my husband, from the family which I'm getting married into, from children when I have them. And therefore, am I ready to take on those responsibilities now? Be very true to yourself. Yes, no. If it is no, you learn those things before you get married. That's all. The practice has to happen before marriage. So you tell yourself that, what do I need to learn? What if I have a husband tomorrow or a mother-in-law tomorrow after I get married who's very demanding? My mother-in-law wants 4 chutneys and 2 different kinds of, items to be prepared for breakfast, and I have to do all this before I leave for college. Now, what would you do? You can't just stand there helpless, waving your arms and just complaining about your mother-in-law. It's not going to help. Worrying doesn't help. If worrying or complaint helped, I would arrange for some place somewhere where I would give each of you a room to sit in and worry and complain 24 hours. But worry and complaint doesn't change anything. What changes? Asking strong questions to yourself. If you are married, now if you're married already, you don't have this choice that I'm giving you. But you can still ask yourself those questions. There were so many questions about, I get angry, I'm not in control of my anger. I know I have to be aware. People have told me this, but the thing is, I'm not able to be aware. You cannot be aware when you are angry. You can only try to bring in that awareness after the anger is gone. Now you're calm. You sit and ask yourself, don't you think it was too much what you just did? Don't you think you just blew something out of proportion? It was not necessary at all. I'm talking from experience because I know I was a hugely emotional kind of person. And I had to ask some really tough questions. I had to laugh at myself. I had to make fun of myself. So many situations where I had overreacted. And only then I realized that I had actually been a pain in the neck to so many people, not the other way around. It's very easy to point fingers at somebody and say, you disturbed me, you distracted me, you made me angry. You can only throw an insult at me, but whether to be angry with the insult or not is my choice. I can say that today because I've actually experienced in my life today. It does take a series of questions that have to be asked to each other. And I definitely believe that when we have, a circle where we can talk about things, that I would be the first to ask many of you these questions. It might be uncomfortable. We might squirm in our seats. We might squirm in our minds. But if we are able to, at least in our minds, you don't have to own it up to anybody else. You don't have to tell anybody else that, oh, I made a mess of my emotions that day. I fought with my husband. I shouted at my child. You don't have to tell anybody else. But can you be honest with yourself? Can you give honest answers to yourself about whether you responded or you reacted unnecessarily to a situation? That is awareness. Being aware that, oh my God, my response was inappropriate and I'm continuously doing it. Can't you take control of yourself? Instead of somebody else asking us, because that will be an insult, we ask ourselves those questions. So make marriage a conscious choice. Say yes to marriage when you're ready, emotionally. Physically, we'll be ready at a certain age. The second thing in this is marry the man you're deciding to marry. Don't marry an idealized version of that man. No, so you think that, okay, who doesn't have weaknesses? So like that, the person I'm going to marry, he also will have some weaknesses. No, I also have weaknesses. So obviously this man that I'm going to marry, he's going to have a few weaknesses too. So it's okay, I'll manage. Don't make that mistake. You make a list of all the weaknesses that you know right now. Make effort instead of just trying to find out whether the man is working, whether he has a lot of money, whether he has a house somewhere. Your parents will do all that research for you probably. Your research is to find out more about the person. These days, they allow girls to at least talk to the guys before they get married. So ask intelligent questions where you're actually getting information from the man about himself. If he's very vague about something, there is a red alert over there for you. Forget all the red alerts that the meteorological department is doing. There are red alerts in your life flashing on your dashboard and you're not paying attention to. So if when you find out something about the man, be very sure that when you say yes to marrying that man, that you are ready to accept him with those weaknesses, whether he changes or does not change. I hope I'm very clear. Because many women I see, they think, oh, we can change him with our love. I will be so loving that he will have no opportunity to change. Great idea. That he will have no opportunity but to change. Great idea. What if he doesn't? You're still married to the same man. Or of course, you can take a divorce if you want to. But if you want to stay married to a man, I don't think any of us are marrying to get a divorce. We are marrying to stay married. So if you want to stay married and have a happy life with that man, know beforehand what compromises you're settling for. Don't complain afterwards that he didn't change. He was never that, he was always like this. Even before he married you, he was like this. Now, after marrying you, you're saying he has to change. He doesn't want to change. You knew he was like this before. You had an opportunity to say no. But you didn't say no. You said, okay, let him be like this. I'll change him after marriage. That is pure ego talk. It doesn't happen, then we are disappointed. So know what kind of a man you're getting married to, what compromise you're willing to make. I'll give a very quick example over here. I know of a lady, she's now in her 40s, and she had a few certain conditions as to the kind of man she wanted to marry. So she told her parents, I don't want to get married to somebody who does business. I want to get married to a man who has fixed working hours, 9 to 5 job, because 6 o'clock he'll be at home and then he'll spend time with me and then with the kids that we will both have. She was very, very particular about this. She didn't get married until she was 30. She was 31. She was 32 when she got married. And you know what? She said yes to a man who's into business. And today she complains that, oh, he's always touring here, there, going out on work, and he's not spending enough time with me and the kids. That is what he was doing before you got married. You were so very sure that you never wanted to marry a businessman, but because marriage was getting delayed or for whatever reason, you are the one who said yes to this man. Now you can't complain. You can't say that, oh, after marriage he will change. You have no guarantees that way. Did he tell you he will change? If he hasn't, then don't hold him to it. Okay? So make it a conscious choice and know the person you're going to marry. Now, if you've already married the person, get to know that person. Marriage is work. One is getting to know the person you have married, and then to sustain the love that was there in the beginning, that exhilarating honeymoon feel that you had in the beginning. Maintaining that for a lifetime is hard work. It doesn't happen automatically. There's a lot that needs to be talked, that needs to be communicated, which is why, being an active listener, using non-violent communication. There are books on non-violent communication if you are interested in reading it up. Very, very important in married life. The second thing is boundaries. You need physical boundaries, you need emotional boundaries, mental, financial, and time-based boundaries. That is all you can do. You want to be everything to everybody. God bless you. You're a great superwoman. But unfortunately, we have only 24 hours in a day. We have only two hands and only this one body to use. We have a capacity only for that many emotions that we can handle. These many people that we can talk to or listen to. Only that much of money that we are earning or we have saved, we can't just give it to everybody who needs money. Many people will need it. So have your boundaries very clear. Draw them first strongly for yourself. If you have no self-respect, why would anybody else respect you? Respect your boundaries. Every time you put a boundary and you cross it, you're telling the other person, oh, this is what I will say, but doesn't matter. You can cross it and I won't do anything about it. You're teaching other people how to treat you without even intentionally doing it, but subconsciously. That is why I said it's happening on autopilot mode. You have already, hardwired that into your brain. Now you need to rewire. And for rewiring, it takes a little bit of time, which is what neuro-linguistic programming is about. You can always rewire your brain at any age. Even one day before you die, if you want to, you can rewire and form new habits. But it takes time to practice it. To learn it doesn't take time, but to practice and build a habit is what takes time. Of course, we will fail. And the very important thing there is to not to self-beat yourself saying, oh, I failed, oh, I tried, but didn't work. I must be useless. So therefore it doesn't work for me. Throw it and continue life as it is. Don't do that. Have strong boundaries. Right. These are my physical limits. This is what I can do in a day, practically. 24 hours. This is what I can do every day. Write it and make it very clear. Stick it maybe somewhere and tell everybody in the family, at your workplace, if you're working in a college, in a school, in the education sector we're talking about, write it, put it up and there and say, these are my responsibilities. Other responsibilities somebody else in the department has to take up. Very simple. If you're very good, people will give you a lot of work. Obviously. So you're the one who has to learn to say, no, you're excellent, you're great, but still you have only two hands, two legs, one body, limited amount of time. I know I'm very good, but this is all I can do. And if the other person doesn't understand, that was another question that came up that I would like to answer here. If the other person doesn't understand, it is not your problem. It is not our problem to go around explaining things to everybody. Understanding is their part. You can't do it for them. Telling them what you feel like is your part. So simply express yourself, tell them, and follow it up practically every time. Don't say, oh, I told you that day, you never seem to understand, okay, what to do. This is my life. I'll do it for you. Don't do it. If you're telling somebody that I can't do this because there is a time limit that I have other work also to do. So sorry, you might even tell your child, sorry, you're asking for an extra snack to be made for you right now. I can't make it. I have other work to do. You're seeing me doing other work, not today. If it's a little older child, learn to make the snack or learn to forgo the snack or ask somebody else to make the snack for you. We teach everybody how to treat us, including our kids. But if I don't know what I am looking for, if it's a very murky kind of idea that I have in my mind, but I cannot put it into actual words, no, you know where the problem is. I don't have to say it. The problem is here. I don't have it clearly spelled out. I'm not able to clearly say, treat me like this. Instead of saying, for example, instead of telling somebody, you don't love me at all. And so your spouse says, oh, how did you assume that I don't love you? Because you don't tell me at all. He just might not be the kind who expresses his emotions. And you might say, then what is the use of that? Then what we need to do is learn to ask for what you want. That is part of communication. So say, go up to your spouse and say, I would like you to be more, I know you love me. See what I'm saying now? So I tell my spouse, I know you love me, but you're not expressive enough. I would like you to express it more to me. Instead of saying, I don't think you love me, and looking, suspiciously at them, and that puts them off, sets them off. It's like a cracker, and then it goes like a 1,000 wala bursting, and you talk of all that day that happened, this day this happened, that time also I knew. You see, waste of time, waste of energy, and the relationship doesn't go forward, it goes backwards if possible. So ask for what you want. Ask for what you want at your workplace. There's a very beautiful book called The Aladdin Factor, written by Jack Canfield's partner, I forget his name. Anyway, they both write, Mark Victor Hansen, who has written a book, The Aladdin Factor, which is everything about asking in different places in your life. I highly recommend that book to read. That is when I started asking, by reading that book. Ask without fear. At the most, what can happen? Your request might get rejected. It's okay. Be ready for it. I'll ask again. I'll ask somewhere else. I'll ask someone else. So learn to say no to certain things. Learn to say no to unimportant things in your life so that important things are taken care of. The next one, chill out with your girl gang. Sashi touched upon it, but I already have it here. And because both of us think very much alike, so I guess you will find certain things overlapping in our presentations. See, many women, like I said before, after marriage, forget their girlfriends. You need your girl gang after you get married more than before. Before, it was only to chill out, to maybe go out places, etc. But after that, they will be your best support system. They're your best place where you can hang out with them and just simply be yourself. Let your hair down and freak out and have fun. So your girl gang is very, very important. Don't make your husband the center of importance of your life. Now, you see why I'm concentrating so much on the home and just not talking about the workplaces, because I told you the research says once the home is happy, then you can do whatever you want in your workplace. You'll not even feel the stress. In fact, you'll feel supported to go for your life goals at that time. And the last one is something called the 4-burner theory. So all of us have been into the kitchen at some time, and we know there is a gas cylinder and there is a stove connected to it. Now your stove might have 1 burner, might have 2, it might have 3. Some people have 4 burners on their stoves, etc. But you have only 1 cylinder connected to that burner, the stove. And that 1 cylinder needs to supply gas to all the 4 burners if they are burnt at the same time. Yeah, so burner 1, 2, 3, 4 are all on at the same time and you're cooking. And therefore the flow of gas definitely to each burner might be, reduced a little bit, because now the cylinder is struggling to supply to all the 4. So what do? You might switch off 1 burner or 2 burners and say, I will work only with 2, because otherwise, gas is getting consumed very fast and maybe each burner is not burning brightly enough. Likewise, in life, we are one person, like that gas cylinder. We have only so much physical, emotional, mental energies. But then we have to supply 4 burners in life. There's a theory which says this is from where I picked it up. Now it's called the 4-burner theory. So what are the 4 burners that it talks about? Work, family, friends, and health. They say these are the 4 most important burners of our life. Now I'm talking specially, of course, it applies to men as much as it does to women, but I'm talking specifically to women in order to make certain decisions in our life. So you have work, family, health, and friends. Now, if you have all 4 burners on at the same time, your gas supply is going to be very limited. It's like 25% to each burner. None of them is burning really brightly now because it's only at 25% and there is no total satisfaction. So what does this theory say? If you want to be successful in life, whatever your definition of success is, again, it's very, very subjective. Switch off one burner, any one burner, okay? If you want to be very successful, switch off 2 burners, okay? So if I want to be successful at work, I decide that one of the other burners I'm going to switch off. If I want to be very successful, I have to sacrifice or switch off 2 burners. Now it looks like a very defeatist kind of thing, but that it does not end there. It goes on to say, at one point of time in your life, have no more than 2 burners burning. So when you are unmarried, maybe work and friends takes precedence. Once you get married, work and family might take a little more precedence than friends. It's not that you don't spend time with friends. Once your children are slightly grown up, they can take care of themselves now, and now you can go back and have a great time with your friends again. Or maybe later on in your life, you think you've achieved enough, and maybe you think, that, today with the internet, I think it has changed life so much. I see so many married women who had to give up jobs because of marriage and rearing children, childbirth and rearing their kids. But they are doing freelance freelance jobs from home. Which they're also making money. They're making use of their talent. They're also able to look after their family. So before COVID, they have been working from home. For some of us, work was forced on us, work on home was forced on us because of COVID. But there are women who found that as a solution to balancing their family and their work. So we find a balance. So at a time in your life, it could be 2 months, it could be 2 years, it could be 20 years. That depends on your specific situation. But at a particular time, no more than 2 burners should be burning at full brightness. So all the gas is going to that, all the energy is going to that and making that really special. And once you feel, okay, I've had my time with this, I've had my fill with it, now I'm going to dim the burner here or maybe switch it off and look at something else. Once your children go to college, actually, you will see they need less of you. Nowadays, children, even in school, sometimes need less of their parents. You have time for your friends then. Go back to your friends at that time because you know your child can take care. Don't go and, hover like a helicopter over your child and say, no, I need to watch her every move. Learn to trust your kids sometime and go back to your friends. Your child will feel respected and you will feel happy. Sometimes self-care is not just, all those taking myself out to spa and treating myself to new clothes and a great meal. It's not just that. Sometimes it is making some tough decisions in life by asking daring questions to yourself. Don't wait for life or don't wait for the world to ask you these questions. If you ask yourself those questions, you will be able to make better decisions by choice. And I personally think of all the life skills that I teach, the decision making is the most important skill for life. Teach that when girls are girls, so that when they are women, when they are married women, when they are working married women, they will find it easier to balance different aspects of their life. I hope these solutions will, help you to think about your lives. I don't plan to solve anybody's problems. Each one of us has to solve our own problem. But I hope I've got you thinking because that is something that I really love, to make people think And if I've got you thinking today, I know I'm successful then. And if going forward there is anything that you would further like to discuss, I have my phone number here and my mail ID. You can mail me at any time. But before I finish, I should put on record my thanks. The Department of Management Studies, the head of the department, the convener of this webinar, and all the faculty and students of a department that I'm very, very close to because I was part of establishing and setting it up. To the college, which actually groomed my teaching career and made me somebody, if I can call myself somebody in this world today. Jagata ma'am was there during my time as a student in Providence College. And of course, when I began my career in academics at P.K.R. College, she was there to guide me. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you to the entire college, to the secretary and to all the management of P.K.R. Arts College for Women, Gobichettipalayam. Thank you for reposing faith and confidence in me to carry it off in this session. To all the participants here, thank you so much for your time, your patient listening. I'm very honored, I'm very humbled by your presence and by your listening to me today. Thank you.
Thank you, Lata. It was very, very nice. Very nice. Nice
Thank
listening
you,
to you.
Thank you so
After
much.
a long time, your English is so nice, and the
Thank you. My
presentation
pleasure.
style is good and very well read. I'm so happy about you. But
Thank
only
you,
thing
ma'am.
is, I miss you in the college.
Yeah.
And now and then you can come and talk to the students, or at least online you can do some work for the college, Lata.
I will think about it, ma'am.
Yes, you are always thinking about it only. You never met it.
No. I will.
Okay. Thank you, Lata. I think anyway
My
we'll have a
pleasure.
personal talk. Yes, thank you.
Yes. Are there any questions?
Ma'am, I have one question in the chat box, ma'am. When do we get space for our desires? If you're going to do the same things throughout life, the same from others' desires.
When do we get space for our desires?
Yes.
I don't know who asked this question, but whoever it is, specifically to you and to everybody on this session, if you're waiting for somebody to create space for you, I'm sorry, you will be disappointed your whole life. You are the one who can create that space. We create our spaces in life. It is a choice. This waiting for somebody's permission or waiting for somebody's support, if you think somebody will tell you, oh, so and so, please take time for yourself today. I'm sorry, nobody will be giving you that time. You need to sit down and tell those people that this time will be for me, and you need to stick to that also. You can't simply tell them and expect them to follow it the next day. Somebody might follow, some days they may not follow, they might come back because, see, again, it is practice for them. Like I said, you teach other people how to treat you. So if you say that every day before I go to bed is my personal time, for journaling, maybe I'll write down gratitude, maybe I'll write down my plans for the next day, maybe I'll just write down my feelings on paper, whatever it is. You don't have to tell somebody else what you're doing. There is a you in the center of everything. See, I like to use the example of circles. So there is a circle where you have people close to you, family, close friends, you allow them into that circle. There's a circle beyond that. It might be work colleagues who are not very close, but you have a good working relationship. Then there is extended family. Then there is, the society, the neighbors, and then there are strangers, etc. So we have a distance with people. But what people forget in this is that the center of the circle, right in the middle, is you. And you, I love to say that there are people who have asked me what I do when I'm alone. He said, I love my company so much. I am great company for myself. It sounds, very maybe bombastic or something, but no, I love my company. I love talking to me. I love thinking about things that I have read. I read a lot, like I've said before. So I love to think. There must be some thinking on what you have read. It's not like I've read 100 books in my life. And what did you do? Nothing. I just read the 101st book. No, you need to think deeply on what you have read and apply it to your life. Life moves ahead only through action, not through thought. That is why I said if thinking can solve problems, we can think and have discussions. No, action solves problems. We need to take action, strong action. And it takes strong women, and you are all strong women. I have no doubts about it. You have not been nurtured that way, probably. If you come to me, I will nurture you that way. Take charge of your life. Other people will not give us space. I hope I've answered that question. Somebody is playing some nice music for me.
Charushila ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. We request the participants to switch on your cameras for the group photography with Lata ma'am, please.
It's nice to see some faces now. Yeah, instead of just talking to the camera, nice to see all the faces.
Nice to see you, everybody.
Participants, few others also can please switch on your cameras so that we could click a beautiful picture of the group. I also request my dear students who are on the platform here. Yes, Purni ma'am, you can also. Are we ready for the click? Shall we go? Purni? Done? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am,
Thank you.
inspiring, and it provokes us to strive hard as you move. We will try to follow the tips that you have pointed out in your session for the betterment of our lives. Thank you, ma'am.
Lata ma'am? Lata
Yes,
ma'am,
I'm here.
Ma'am, you have mentioned the book's name.
Yeah.
Janice Ben is asking for the
Aladdin
name.
Factor. I will type it. I will type
Yes,
it.
please put it in the chat box, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, I will type it in the chat
Thank
box.
you, ma'am. Thank you. So with no further questions, we are moving on to session 4.
Vidya, girls will be going now. How will they watch?
They are online, ma'am. On the go, they can manage, ma'am.
On the bus, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. They can manage.
Okay.
It's a pleasant duty to invite Ms. Maithili, member, Center for Women Development, to introduce the guest of honor for session 4.
Good afternoon to all present here. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our guest of honor, Professor N. Manimekalai. She is an MA, PhD in Economics and founder, Director, Center for Women Studies, Bharatidasan University. Currently, ma'am is the Dean, Member Senate, Faculty of Arts, Director and Head of Women Studies, Bharatidasan University, Trichy. She has 29 years of teaching and research experience since 1991. She has produced 17 PhDs and has produced many courses in women's studies. Madam has served as a member senate, as governor nominee in Mother Teresa and Tiruvallur universities, and advisory committee member for more than 20 women studies centers in India. She has been the chairperson of Board of Studies in 4 universities and member of Board of Studies in more than 20 colleges and universities. She is a member in College Management Committee, College Council, Academic Council in more than 10 universities and colleges, and had visited abroad on invitations like University of Vigo, Malaysia University, etc. She has completed 10 funded major research projects and has organized more than 20 action research projects and trainings. Ma'am has organized more than 10 national and international seminars and more than 100 workshops and more than 500 gender sensitization and gender awareness building workshops, trainings, etc. Ma'am has published 2 books on gender studies and has also published more than 100 research papers in various national and international seminars. She is the founder of Women Entrepreneurs Association of Tamil Nadu, Menstrual Hygiene Management Consortium, Regional Association of Women's Studies, and gender clubs in Bharathasan University and affiliated colleges. She has also served as a secretary of Regional Association for Women's Studies, MHMC, and Indian Association for Women's Studies, District Secretary and Honorary President of Tamil Nadu Science Forum. She has delivered more than 500 lectures and has acted as a resource person for various national and international seminars and conferences. Ma'am has received 17 awards and recognitions from government and non-government organizations for the services to the society. Women empowerment, inclusive development, addressing the issues of marginalized with research and action research are the ultimate focus where Professor Mani Mehalai has been working on with her teaching and research. I once again welcome you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. A positive attitude causes a chain of reaction of positive thoughts, events, and outcomes. It's a catalyst and it sparks extraordinary results. May I invite Dr. Mani Mehalai, madam, Director and Head, Department of Women's Studies, Bharathasan University, Trichy. Ma'am, over to you.
Mani Mehalai, ma'am, can we hear from you, ma'am?
Play your video, ma'am. And see your video. தண்ணி இருக்குதுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
There's a network issue on the speaker's side. We shall wait for some time for her to join back.
The guest is going to join with us shortly. Meanwhile, we see feedback from the participants. Participants who attended the session, so kindly share your valuable feedback. We would like to hear from you. Any volunteers? You can unmute and share your feedback. We would like to hear from you feedback. So I kindly request the participants to unmute and share your valuable feedback with us.
May I request Janice Ben to kindly share your feedback, please?
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Ma'am, today morning I had class and I couldn't completely attend the first session, but I've attended the second and the third session, and it was really helpful for me. In fact, it helped me how to learn and how to learn to control the anger. And in fact, I'm a person who is short tempered, and I've got certain tips and tricks how to control our anger, how to control our emotions. And I believe those sessions for others also, it would be very helpful. And thank you for the organizing committee, and this was a very relevant session. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. That was very nice to hear from you. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, we have our speaker, Dr. Maniveglai ma'am, joining us online. She's here with us. Welcome, ma'am.
Welcome, welcome. Yeah, after a long struggle, I have just joined. I don't know
Sorry
whether
to
it
bother
will
you.
be.
Very sorry to bother you,
You
ma'am.
could hear
Thank you very
me?
much. Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. You are loud and clear. Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am,
Okay. Ma'am, good afternoon. I'm happy to be here, but
yes.
the connection is very poor. Entire Trichy is facing this network issue. So the
எவ்வளவு
university
நேரம்
also.
முடியுமோ பண்ணுங்க. மணிமேகலை மேடம், நீங்க ஒரு தடவை
Okay,
காலேஜுக்கு
okay.
வாங்க. That is a special request from Jagda Lakshmanan. I hope you remember me.
Okay, definitely. Ayyo, what is this? Remember? இங்க இல்லாம காலேஜ் கிடையாது.
அப்படியா?
Okay, so shall I start
Yes,
without
yes.
wasting any time for
Yes,
even
ma'am,
introduction?
Yes. Please start. Please start.
I'll just start.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm very happy to again meet P.K.R. faculty colleagues and also former principal, now the director, Madam Jagata, over this virtual meeting. And I wish that we will soon be there physically meeting. And I'm also happy that with the non-stop effort of the faculty colleagues and Dr. Vidya, it is possible to have this webinar sponsored by National Commission for Women. So I've been asked to talk on the issues of the mental health issues of the married working women, particularly in the education sector. I have my PPT also, but it is difficult to share here because the very, what I should say, the very poor connection. So I'll just because a lot of pictures I have taken, but unfortunately I'm not able to share that. So I start with the working women. There are two categories. Of course, the one is about. It is starting with the work-life balance. So there are issues to be handled there at the family and issues to be handled at the workplace. So you have to balance, and this has been the issue as far as these women are concerned. It doesn't occur for men, particularly the kind of issues that the women face. I don't say that men do not face any work life balance problems, but it is specifically for women because of the gender binary in terms of gender role issues. What are the gender biases that is existing, because men are still considered to be the breadwinner, women are caregiver, and that is what I mean, the binary. No matter whether you are also going on earning and you are also working for longer hours than the men members of the family, and even earn more than the members of the family, but still you are expected to be the caregiver and engage yourself in all social reproductive activities, which are nothing but all the activities which you perform to make other members of the family to regain the energy. As far as the family is concerned, you have the family commitments, whatever the social reproductive activities, the time balance you have to manage, you have to rush up. At the end of the day, what happens, you will be losing your own the breakfast. You will be engaging, you'll be getting everything done, and at the last minute you may not find time for your own, and you will just skip the breakfast and leave. So that is what I mean, that time balance. And if you are really on medication, for example, many of our teachers, particularly the higher education and school education, are diabetic or BP, and you have to necessarily take your medicines before food, after food, etc. All these will be skipped if you are extremely concentrating on all the activities which the family requires, and you ignore your own health. So you are already suffering, you are not attending your health. So time balance is also one of the factors. And the responsibility as mothers, many of the working women would also be working mothers in the sense you have to take care of the children every day, at every time you are a mother, but still, I mean, if you have a children, but if you are yeah, they are babies, they are infants, then that is what I mean, the lactating mother or the mother with the kids, etc. Up to 3 years the children are to be taken care of. After that they'll be independent, but still at least up to 3 and 5 you have to. So mother's responsibility. And if you happen to be the lactating mother, then all the way, all the more. And of course there are some time maternity leave is there, and if you utilize that, beyond that also you have to be there with the child to breastfeed so that the immunity will be better. But all these things really demands their time, and you have to balance that. Then business tools and training, some and now as per the latest statistics I'll be presenting that also, that there are increasing percentage of women in as leaders, whether it is business leader or service sector or manufacturing sector or administrative sector, administration as such, Indian administrative service. There are equally more and more women joining as IS, IFS, IAS, and IPS also. And therefore, their tours and training are there. And say, for example, our own teachers, and because it is education sector, you will also be required to complete your refresher courses, orientation courses, short-term courses, etc., to move to towards the next level of your promotion. And what happens for the 28 days? Now it is shortened to 21 days and 14 days. So you have to be away from the family. So I used to ask this question from the participants of the refresher courses as to what kind of arrangements you have made to fill your absence. And it will be asked both men and women, and invariably from women it would be all these responsibilities that I have. Sometimes they will be cooking everything and keep it in the fridge and come, the members in the family will just heat it up and take. So that is a kind of a, and many other balance, or they will be bringing some maid to attend all the work for temporarily for these days of absence, or the children will be sent to the in-laws place or mother's place. So all these are all the adjustments that the women face and make. So training, business training means here for our education sector is attending the courses, and health and fitness. So above all, you have to also make yourself fit. Health is different, fitness is different. So to both of them required. And many a time women do not spend time at all to make themselves fit, doing exercises, yoga, or walking, whatever it may be, because the priority is always pressurizing and pressing them to attend the home responsibility. Whatever time you wake up in the morning, you will be rather concentrating on household work rather than going and spending time on your own health needs or fitness needs. So this is about the problem on the family side. You also, I can say, even not problem but challenge. And similarly, you have the challenge at the workplace also, that I can mention as gender bias. As you all know, whether female teacher or male teacher, you are teaching there in the university or the college system. And of course, P.K.R is a women's college, but there are co-ed colleges. So many a time the responsibilities will be given, some kind of responsibilities which require intense concentration will be given to the woman, whereas going and picking up people or taking something from outside which doesn't require much mental capacity will be assigned to men. And therefore you will be toiling yourself. And there are other gender biases also. Sometimes women won't be given the extra responsibilities in the sense which would be some kind of reward. For example, is last week there were the CA's interviews happening in our university, and 4 faculty colleagues were attending the people, receiving them, etc., and giving them the forms to be filled, etc. So the colleague was asking whether there is any So that the coordinator was saying that no, it is the point will be given. You have attended this work, so when it comes to API score for your promotion, the point will be given. And I didn't see any women there. So only 4 faculty colleagues, men only were there. Of course, most of the women CAs people were attending CAs were more than 50% women faculty members, and that is a kind of a bias. And sometimes the decision making position or decision making committees in which you are supposed to be there, those areas you won't be considered for kind of a clerical work and other kind of not much important but trivial kind of work only you'll be engaged in. So that there are other areas of gender biases also. And in insufficient maternity leave, this has been like now it is 6 months and it is 9 months also in other context. And people, even if it is 1 year given, because the baby is to be fed and breastfed, and therefore maternity leave will be because you have to also undergo all immunization and take care of the baby, because that is the formation year, and if you are not attending proper, then you have to really losing the health of the baby. And therefore every mother, working mothers, be it in education sector or outside, they feel that maternity leave is not sufficient. And mental and physical harassment also nowadays, it is see, on the one hand, national policy for empowerment very much underlines that it is the women supposed to be joining public life and perform equally and join in all activities that the men do. There is no categorization or compartmentalization. This is men's activity, but this is women's activity. That is what it has been proved also. And there are hardly any areas in which women are not found. But still, there is also equally the complaint about the sexual harassment, physical harassment, mental harassment. I've been in many committees on the sexual external member in other central government institutes and also in my own university. And the kind of the mental torture they face, even some pregnant women are being tortured by one of the leading central government officers because of the ego problem. She will be coming and standing with all advanced stage of pregnancy. The manager will come and open very lethargically. So, and she has to go and deposit the money also every day in the bank. If there was no consideration at all that she's a pregnant woman, so somebody else can be reputed, etc. So these are all, and at the end of the day, with, with, she failed to withstand all the harassment, and she made a complaint to the internal complaints committee. And this is what, there are several other areas in which physical harassment and sexual harassment do take place, and that itself curtail the interest of women to join. And this is true for the education sector also. I'll be listing the kind of issues that the education sector women face, be it teachers or non-teaching staff, or the head of the institution as principal, or the vice chancellor, etc., etc. And unequal pay, of course, thanks to Indian government services, where you don't have any differences in terms of the pay fixation, but it is happening in the private sector. In the private sector, additional responsibilities will be given, and additional pay will also be given to men, whereas for women they will fix. And most of the private self-financing colleges in general, I'm talking, they hire more women teachers, because the women teachers can accept and can be paid low, and they will also accept. And that is a perception that women also accept not only the teaching profession, whatever area in which, even you take a domestic helper, if a man comes, you will be paying additional 1,000 rupees, but most of the domestic helpers are happen to be women. And it is also happening there in the hotel, being a servant, table server, etc. The men will be climbing more than the women. Right. Similar, several other cases, even women are there in the graveyard. We have offered an award for one woman who almost cremated 500 bodies in 1 year. So, but women, so their work is free, their kind of what I should say, it can be, women's work can be paid less. That is the kind of a perception which is prevailing in the society. So so these two sides you have to balance. These are the why which I have mentioned, just as the the one side of the picture at the family, and the other side is the workplace. So one has to really balance to really come out of the issues. And other major categories I can just spell out is absence of monetary benefit, wherein many a time the women are not able to get loan facilities even if they have sufficient backing. And another major concern about working women, and it is true for the teachers too. In fact, we conducted a study in Krishnagiri where schools, how the toilets are being maintained. And there was a separate toilet for women, and I mean teachers there, of course, female teachers and men teachers. And student toilets, it's a government school, higher secondary school, but there is no toilet at all. Or even if the toilets are found, they are not maintained proper, and therefore the boys just go out, and the girls really struggling. And the teachers, the toilets which are meant for teachers are also often damaged by the public, who come and use the ground in the sun, the weekends, to misuse and also use a toilet, and he'll make it dirty and leave. So for that sake, these teachers also do not use the toilet. Sanitation is one important issue for the school teachers, and they also face the problems of transport, because some of them will be going to the very very remote areas where buses would be hardly plying, say for example tribal beds, etc. So the condition, that the nature of the mental issues they face will be different. Then you also have unregulated working hours in certain colleges and universities. The working hours will be stretched for more than 8 hours. It is not that you come at 9 o'clock and leave at 4 o'clock. No, sometimes it will get extended to 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and particularly during the NAC visit in periods, you have to regularly, I mean, certainly stay there for more hours. So all these contribute. See, it is not just they are not saying that additional 2 3 hours will be, it's not an issue for them, but going back and attending the duties, because still the society is patriarchal, and the men and other members of the family wait for this woman to go back and again get ready things for them. So even if it is 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, people keep waiting. Otherwise they will keep ordering. Now the days or just get order food. So no one is learning to substitute the mother's work, and this is true for the teachers too. And also you have the mental stress because of the internal politics, because every time there will be politics of bullying and going and importing ill about a particular person. And if they come to know that this is happening, and the school head or college head or the university head may not be aware of the fact, and therefore whoever is saying so, they will just accept, and they may also seen in that perspective. And that particular issue might not be true at all. And suitable, not suitable job, and multitasking, all these I'll also be later. Then health problems also, allergies, injuries, health problems, like these teachers will also be engaging in, because this internal assessment is there, you have to correct the papers. So it is not that you spend 8 hours 9 hours here in college and school, but you have to go back and also attend, and you have to prepare for the classes. All these will put together, take away the time which is otherwise available for home, and therefore there will be criticism from home also, that you are not concentrating on the family, etc., etc. Then I already told the sexual harassment issue. And as far as mental health issues are concerned, it can be either in three forms, I can say. One is reduced development, second is increased vulnerability, third is worsened mental health. They are related. For the reasons I have just underlined, there are issues of reduced development, which may include poverty for affected individuals and families. Like sometimes the non-availability of work. I'm talking about in general population, the grassroots population, because unless and otherwise we understand the issues of these lower grassroots women's status and strata and their issues, we may not be able to do justice. And therefore I'm just covering that and then move to the education sector. And so they have the poverty is a major issue, and inequality between different population, the caste system and class system, and reduced to social capital. See, men will always have a huge social capital where some friends will always be there. They will chat with the friends. They will go and attend, be with them, party with the friends, etc. But for the women, once married, the whole group of the link with the friends would be cut. Particularly if it is a male friend, there is no second opinion. You would certainly be, I mean, totally be cut off. Of course, now things are changing, and they equally women are also into friendship relationship, and hindered economic development at a societal level. And as far as the vulnerability is concerned, you have stigma and discrimination. Being person from this particular community, say Dalit, SC/ST community, or with the rural area, or from a less educated population, or from a very wage earning class, so there are always a stigma and discrimination. You feel, you always respect or show a different respect for the people in the upper caste, people in the upper income group, whereas show a different not even respect, recognition, but you just look down upon. So all these are also contribute to, and violence and abuse, etc. are there, and worsened mental health. All these coupled with the other issues also contribute to mental health. And always it is told that the teachers in the education sector, whether it is university system or the school system, always and in general also, women are into multitasking. So there was a study conducted, a survey conducted on multitasking, and how it what are the hazards of multitasking. So in this COVID context, you would have read in many papers, and we might ourselves experienced how you'll be working from home because you are handling classes online, and you will also be attending the responsibilities, and children really take it for granted that mothers at sitting at working sitting at home and working is not actually work. They feel that amma is available and therefore I can demand. And so also for other members of the family, the same thing happens for men also. They also work from home, and they will take their own private space, and they will work, but the same perspective is not. And this is, I'm talking in the pandemic context, but in general, there is a study conducted by the Association of Chamber of Commerce on multitasking seriously affecting corporate women's health. And it was found that 75% of the total sample corporate women employees suffer with the various kind of health problems. Depression is one problem, and 78% of the population suffered lifestyle and chronic acute ailments. I said in the morning you'll skip your breakfast and go because you don't have really time, and you have to catch your bus or catch your staff bus and to reach the office. And if you miss, it is missed forever. And sometimes for the anarch sector laborers, for example construction workers, if they miss the bus, then they are missing the whole day of work. So that is why their lifestyle will totally be changing. They don't have breakfast in the morning. In fact, there is a say that in the morning you have to feed more, and relatively, like in the afternoon it can be reduced, and the night it has to be further reduced. But unfortunately for women, the cycle is totally different. Women will be taking more in the night because they have time and they relax with the family members. In the morning, being even women who are staying at home and in unpaid work also, they don't take time to eat on time. Then included it increases obesity, depression, chronic backache, diabetes, are all our own teachers, including me and some of you here. Hypertension, high cholesterol, heart, kidney diseases. And this is there is a connection between these and the mental illness, because of the mental pressure of work, psychological health issues, etc. All these BP, diabetic occurs. So stress is the major variable which has been proved for the diabetic also. And it was also found that about 42% of them um, suffer with heart ailments, and fear of losing job. Say in the private sector, in the IT sector, I've been witnessing people in the neighborhood and in my own family, how they are entire day, and sometimes 7, 8 o'clock they'll be working because they are still working from home, and non-stop they have to also attend the calls, etc., etc., in the IT sector. But they are saving money, The corporate is saving money because it is work from home and there is a lot of money saved because of the no need for providing the infrastructure, the whatever, the other electricity, etc., etc. And whereas the same is not true for the workers, particularly women, because they will be working from home and they have to also prove efficiency, their own efficiency there, balancing home here and staying back at home. No, nobody preferred, maybe for a week or a month it would have been nice for them, but it was not a good option at all for them. And majority of the women suffer from such ailments, do not get to visit to the doctor. That is the worst part of it. So having said the hazardousness of this mental health issues, I just move on to the married women issues in education. And I'm here try to underline the privatization of education is one of the important variables, and leave alone the colleges which are very very good, though they are private colleges. But I'm talking about the colleges which are self-financing colleges, which are really paying very very low but extract more work. And that kind of a system is whether it is technical education or arts and science or management colleges, they exploit to the core from the teachers, and particularly the women teachers. And this only important contribution is that privatization has helped more women to join education stream. That is because you are flying buses to every village and pick up them, and there are institutions which exclusively perform only for, I mean, function only for women, and they fly buses for about 80 to 100 kilometers every day, and these girls travel from 100 kilometers up and down 200 kilometers. So this is a kind of a service that the private colleges, of course it is competition and you have to survive, all those concerns are there, but they do inevitably contribute. But what is not happening is this pay to the teachers or more teachers. For example, they will be retaining with 4 teachers, instead there has to be 8 teachers. So all the 8 teachers work are to be performed by the 4 teachers. So, and in the, it is equally true here in government colleges also now, because the retired teachers are not being reappointed. I mean, the place is not fulfilled at all. The vacancy position is still continuing, and sometimes 50% of the teachers got retired, but no new appointments were made. So that has added to the more number of hours of work, and it is not only additional papers handling, you have to also undertake all series of work like internal assessment, conducting tests, valuing the papers, and taking all the other related aspects. So that adds to your work pressure. And it may not be a big issue for teachers to balance this, because additionally handling 1 more hour and undertaking other work. But sometimes the pressure will always be more, particularly when you keep working more and more, the management will also be pushing more work to you. So it's taking your efficiency. So good that you're recognized for your work, but at the same time shouldn't end up with the pressure, mental pressure. And so I just list um, the following issues of the married working women in the education sector. Increased responsibility, because now whether it is private or public, you are asked to attend every time, provide statistics. Statistics, data. So everything you have to have evidence also. So this is really an additional. Say for example, I have handled my class, I have prepared for my class, I am handling, and I'm conducting the test, I'm leaving. So not that way. It is like you have to say what is the program you have conducted, how many had participated, how many of them are your students, what is the mode in which you have delivered, and give the evidence for that, etc., etc. So documenting and filing the evidences to show, and retaining them, safeguarding them itself is a pressure, because when it comes to a promotion, when you don't have the evidence, then you will be losing that also. And you have to also complete the process of doing courses, and sometimes the family condition may not permit you to go. And if that is the case, because you are I mean, this particular program you want to attend, they may not be available in the list. You want to go to next state, but your family is not really providing the opportunity. So all these are forcing themselves to for instance, I attended my orientation course way back in 90s in Delhi. So I was very particular that I should go to JNU and attend this class because the courses will be available here, but exposure won't be there. So if you take the work as a career, then definitely you will be seeking for new opportunities, and that will also be bringing additional toll on your own implication on your family, etc. And you will be labeled that your work is your first husband. We are all next. So that kind of criticism will also be there. But anyway, in the privatization context, and the technical institutions in general, the engineering colleges and other such institutions in general, and arts and science colleges in particular, have more responsibility. Then women changing gender roles. I told that in the early days, it was only the binary division where men were breadwinners and women were caregivers. But now women are also breadwinners. They are also going. And if you take the grassroots women population, in the female-headed households are on the increase, meaning that men are not earning, men are not no more available, and they are they are no more, and therefore the women are forced to take up the headship of the family and run the family. And even in the presence of the husbands, also men may not be supporting. They'll be spending the money on their alcohol, and sometimes they will swallow the money which is being preserved by these women with their hard earnings. There's lack of recognition on the changing gender role on the one hand, and also the very changing gender role itself brings a pressure on them. It is not only for the educated employed women, even for the self-help group women who are forced to who are supposed to be attending the meetings, and they have to maintain the accounts and convene meetings, collect the money that they paid. I mean, they have lent, and maintain everything. And even those are actually the meetings are also held after their family responsibilities, say at 9 o'clock. And so self-help groups, on the one hand, it is good that it has contributed for empowerment, but at the same time, it is also pressurizing additional responsibilities. So all these will end up with mental health pressures, and also lack of work-life balance. And what happen if men do not face the face the work-life balance? It may not be an issue, and all the members of the family will try to persuade him, pamper him, saying that okay, we will take care, don't worry, you concentrate on your work. Whereas for the women, they won't do that. The women, if encounter any problem, they will simply say, okay, you don't have to go to work, it is enough that we are earning and we will manage with that money. You need not go and work and face all these problems. So this is a kind of an attitude. So when a woman face a problem, and if they come and share at family, be it any issue, it applies to the girls also. If they report that there is a harassment issue, while going by bus, there are harassment, etc., then immediate thing is that okay, you don't have to go to work, go to school or college, stop. So that is a kind of an attitude which is growing, and that is why there is a declining employment of women in the labor market. In fact, it was 37% of women of 100% who were participating work in 1990s. But for the past 25 years, that is 2.5 decades, there has been a persistent decline in employment of women, or the work participation of rate of women, wherein the women now stuck with 24%. So that means out of 100 women, only 24 women are in the labor market, in the paid employment. All the 100 women are in the unpaid work, but paid employment is going to bring them money. It is going to help them economic independence, and also a kind of power relations. But that is missing. And in the education sector, you have women teachers and unpaid status. And if you happen to be the administrative head as principal or director or head of the departments, you have additional responsibilities. And many a time women teachers done away with, or they don't accept the headship or the leadership position, for the reason that it will be difficult for them to manage both family and the work. So they give up the promotion also. So that shouldn't be the case, because there are women who all balance their home and career and flourishing as chief executive officers, directors, etc., etc. When Indira Nooyi was appointed as the CEO of the PepsiCo, she was so happy to come and share to her mother, saying that she became the CEO, and the mother was simply asking
Ma'am, we're not able to hear you, ma'am. Can you hear us? Manimegalai, ma'am?
change, which is
Ma'am, your network is unstable, I suppose. There is a break in your voice.
sorry, there was a small interruption. And then in the current context, I has already pointed out, providing data evidence itself is making these women in the education sector, both in the administrative heads and also even now. I just before coming here attended the project monitoring committee meeting, wherein teachers have taken their almost all of them were male. Teachers taken the projects, but many of them were not able to submit the UC in time, or it is administrative delay, etc. And all these really put them into pressure that they could not submit the project on time. And this is true for the women teachers also. And pressure of results, ranks, CIA, evaluation, etc. Particularly in the private institutions, I have heard stories that they long for rank from the university, and therefore they pressurize the teachers to work to maintain the rank holdings, because that is again in the society. I mean, the education sector has already been a commercialized one, and you have to be competitive. And if you show that these many rank holders are there, only you will be able to get the admissions. Of course, there are colleges where admission is not an issue at all, because they have got established. But there are colleges where you have to really fight for and there are several engineering colleges, they had to close because of lack of seats filled. And therefore, this era is NIRF, you have the NAC, you have the whatnot, IQAC, and you have this AQDR report to be submitted. So everything you have to, and if you don't do anything, not much programs, then no problem. But people who continuously engage in doing some programs, some research projects, some new teaching and innovation programs, etc., etc., you have to necessarily take stock of or maintaining the records, documenting everything, so that whatever is to be given in time will be given. And the pressure of, I mean, slow learners, non-performing students, that of course in the school system, where the schools are really bothered about the results, so that next batch will be coming without any interruption, and the huge money is being also charged. So there the teachers, it is a pressure for the teachers. On the one hand, it's pressure for the students also, and they'll always make better learners, not slow learners. They should not be anymore labeled as slow learners. So non-performing students also, if the students are not performing, then the teachers will be blamed. Now there are various distractive factors thanks to the social media, which took away the considerable time from the students. And now even the online classes, I am afraid how many of the students are seriously attending the classes. They just have that open, and they have the microphone on, sorry, muted, and there is no guarantee whether they are attending the class or not. So I am afraid for this past 1 year or so almost, the students are not into the official physical classes, offline classes. And what is a kind of an implication, though the online classes do have some advantages. Then work-life balance challenge and mental health. So all these lead to balancing imbalance also. Particularly in the education sector, there is a feeling, it is based on a study, I'm just sharing these, that there is lack of effort reward balance. That is, there is effort reward imbalance. I'm making so much effort, but there is hardly any reward for that. Reward in the sense recognition. So I'm not being recognized whatever I'm contributing. So that also brings stress to the teachers and teach our administrators. Then reduces job satisfaction. Whatever the salary given, you are staying with the students, you are interacting with the students, so it has to be bringing some satisfaction. But unfortunately, sometimes it don't be much rewarding to get for having put your effort, 100% effort. The result may be low, or the students may not be cooperating, and therefore you will be blamed, and therefore that you are not actually conducting classes proper, in spite of the fact that you have made several attempts to make the students study. So that effort reward imbalance, reduce job satisfaction. Then competition and aspiration. This is very, very important. Like, you have to prove yourself. Being women, you have to prove yourself. You are also equally efficient like men. And if the moment the management feels that, oh no, this particular kind of a work cannot be performed by women, then they will only take men. And so you may aspire far, but you are not able to get, so you have to prove always. Then a negative job carryover. Several times it is like gossiping there at the workplace, or non recognition, or I already told, effort reward imbalance. All these will eventually be contributing to low job carryover. Then as far as the education sector is concerned, the class size, number of students, the guideship, you also be guiding PhD, and the nature of research projects you have taken. All these will have a heavy toll on your own physical and mental health, because you would be pressurized. On the one hand, you have to cover the class, on the other hand, you have to also guide your PhD students, you have to complete your research projects, and you have to also take up additional responsibilities, like I was here team. So every time you will be called to attend the meetings, and being senior, you will be expected to be there in the meeting, but you can't compromise anything on the kind of other deliveries you have to do, like the class, or the workshop, or the seminars, conferences, etc., and also your own research projects. So all these put together will cause a kind of a stress on you, and definitely end up in mental health issues. And so work culture, teachers who are, whether it is male or a female, who are into work culture, will definitely be facing. And it is quite uh, required and essential that the all these must be taken. In fact, I used to say that, what is your hobby? People will say, ask, then I say, diverting from one work to other work is my hobby. So okay, if you are tired with one monotony kind of a work, then shift to other work. There are different kinds of work in the academy also, so attend this work. It is not that you have to divert totally leaving the one, but for some time you can. So that is what I mean, the additional. Then you also have a lesson and syllabus to be covered in time. And if you are ill, if you are there facing some problems at home, the in-laws are not well, you are taking care of them, the aged parents or aged in-laws, so all these will be wandering in your mind, and may not be even concentrate on, because everything is handled by you. Then extracurricular activities, apart from whatever the syllabus and the lessons, you also are given additional responsibility there in the administration, or extracurricular activities to be undertaken. So all these will also be additional, taking your additional time, and the time available for the family will be low, and therefore you will be facing the problem of work life balance. Sometimes additional charge, apart from being teacher or professor, you will also be given additional responsibilities apart from the due that are either chair or dean, or the head of the department. You also have additional responsibilities. So since the administration will be asking, you cannot say no, and therefore you have to do it, and it is also part of your work. And long hours of work, I remember saying, Madam Jagata saying that she would be is totally spending more and more hours there in order to take care of the proper functioning of the college. So that is a kind of a dedication you have. And sometimes this dedication will also be entering with, because we will be mindless. We won't be mindful of the health deterioration which is taking place in your body, because you will be over concentrating on the performance of the college, the proper environment to be maintained in the college, etc. Though you are so committed and dedicated, but still you have your own health to be attended, and therefore long hours of work also is one of the pressure in issues that pressurize the women. And I already told the NAC, etc. So this is what the education sector. There are a number of other some facts also which I try to share, which will be making the what I should say, the people to get to know what is happening around us. How Indian women are faring better. And there are statistics in 2005, 6 and 2014, 5. Unfortunately, I'm not able to share this. So there were 2004, 5, 6 more married women was in 76.5% in the beginning, whereas in 2014-15 it was 84%. And more women have a saving account they themselves use. So that was only 15% in the 2005, and now it increased to 53%. And similarly, women owning a house has now gone to 38%, roughly 40. So these are all developments that women going out is not simply going out. They also do contribute to the family welfare of the family, the development of the family, and particularly concentrating on the areas of education, health, nutrition, and better housing facilities, etc. And this could be evidence in this study also. And the most the high risk population in terms of the working women would be like, of course, there are also a form informalization happening in the formal sector. What does it mean? Like I'm here in the university system, I'm a permanent faculty, and therefore I'm getting proper salary, all facilities, social security facilities. But my colleagues, some of them are serving as guest lecturers, so they will just take whatever the money amount fixed. For example, MPhil holders 15,000, PhD holders 20,000. That is the amount that the government is fixed, and it's not that all the colleges and universities pay so. So same amount of work they do, but they get a different wage. And this is what I said, the informalization of labor. Like they are claiming that they are working in the college, but the wage structure wise they are in the informal sector. Formal sector will give all sorts of facilities daily. I mean, even if it is she's absent, or if she is not able to come, that leave will be there, etc., etc. Not I'm not talking that leave is not at all there. Leave is there, but limited. And so around 17.8% of the daily wage earners, 60.7% of the housewives, that is homemakers, and 9% of the 4% of the persons engaged in farming sector are found to be at the risk of being, what I should say, with facing mental health. So the majority are in the daily wage earner group. So I was talking about construction sector. So they will be traveling, because we did study recently. They'll be traveling for about 50 to 60, even sometimes 80 kilometers, because Thurakurchi to Madurai, Trichy, people keep commuting, and it is not proper Thurakurchi. It will be away from that. So 90 kilometers up and down, 180 kilometers. And when they come here, there is hardly any sanitation facilities. And the work site also doesn't have any sanitation facilities. And therefore, and sometimes you may not get the work also. I told, if they miss the bus, they miss the work also. And 500 to 1,000 numbers will be assembling in a place, and it is not that they will be getting work there. Sometimes some 10 to 20% of them will return without work also. So that is why I said high risk group with mental pressures. And working mothers, be it in the education sector or outside, how they face the problem. I mean, well, what are the problems they face during pregnancy? So in general, the pregnancy is an additional because you are carrying another another child, and therefore it is to be taken care of. and they have been facing, it is widely reported that the pregnant mothers in the school system and outside also, they face the discomfort, fatigue, morning sickness, aches and pains, swelling, mood swings, etc., etc. And high risk pregnancy is also related to working women. So it depends. In the agriculture sector, it is reported that there has been several stillborn because for the women who are engaged in transplantation. So transplanting, you will be doing the weeding, transplanting, etc., bending your own whole body, and that results in stillborn or miscarriages, etc. So this is also true, and if the pressure, mental pressure are there for the working women in the education sector also, given the current kind of pressure of work, in terms of giving evidences, giving outcome based education, etc., and providing statistics, you are accountable, you are always 100% accountable. I don't deny that you can't, you should, but that shouldn't be a kind of a pressurized accountability. Rather, it has to be free. And so many of working women are career oriented also. Like I only wish that all the teachers here in P.K.R. are career oriented. They are just not doing the job, they are also considering them as career. And that means you keep doing. For example, you have hunted for programs, you have also applied for research projects, and you have got this project seminar sanction. So all these will take your additional time, but you don't mind because it is adding to your career and you're also doing justice to your work. And that is it also serves as a negative factor for mental pressure, because you are concerned with, it is not that I am coming here, I've done some work, I've handled my classes and leave. No, I should also do something else. That is a kind of a perspective for career orientation among the teachers. Then so also for the administrators also, see in several colleges where the management has been devoting more and more time for the slow learners and provide space for them to come and let out their issues, and any teachers or students who are suffering with any illness or being attended proper. And therefore good, some managements and these working women are also, teachers are also not a big issue. And late marriage, because of their career oriented, late marriage and related stress are also there. And pregnancy itself is a risky thing, that is what it is told, but it
Ma'am,
shouldn't be that
excuse me,
yes.
ma'am.
Yes,
Shall we consolidate, ma'am?
Yeah, I'll take on 5 more minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So this is what they end up with, stressful, like long hours of work, junk food habits, smoking and drinking, and stress related hypertension, diabetic, etc. So these inevitably physical pressures will also lead to mental health issues. And another major concerns is about the suicides. I'm sorry to register here that India's suicide rates exceed the global average. So here is a statistics where women are more number 20%, whereas men 14% in 2006 statistics, and it has been on the increase, and recently it has increased to 22%. And this is really a burden. And female suicidal death accounts for 25%, male 18%. And of course, India's share in the world population has among the suicide deaths 16%. So that is a huge number. And there are also issues concerned with the teachers who or other working women around, on the problems of inadequate travel and transport facilities. Maybe P.K.R. and Bhardas University teachers are blessed with, but there are other women teachers and other working women who are really struggling. And if you go to metro cities, cosmo cities, you will see how working women in the morning, they just get into the electric train around 7 o'clock onwards, and they keep their the breakfast and taking their and that. So attitudes of clients, vendors, colleagues, societal perception about women who work for long hours, all these are several other things which I should say. And these rights and law for working women also are there in the constitution, which and the Equal Remuneration Act is also there. pregnancy discrimination, that is a positive discrimination act, and the disciplinary or corrective actions are there, but still they are connected. So there are a whole lot of social, cultural, and economic factors which try to override, start from the community support system, education, early marriage, prenatal care, social enigma, social cohesion, household ethnic, prenatal care, employment, socioeconomic standing, schooling participation, budgetary requirements, etc., are the issues on the one hand. And lack of decision making capacity, cruelty faced at the household, social disrespect, so lack of laws for protecting the women, gender inequality, terrorism, family planning, malnutrition, then hormonal deficiency, water and sanitation, social rituals, etc., also contribute on the health issues condition. And there are several other factors which contribute, and I'll try to wind up by saying how in the lockdown period women also suffered. Of course, there has been additional responsibilities on the one hand, and you had to accept the new normalcy. And slowly now, students, in particularly in the college context, at least second year, final year students could come, and therefore teachers could also be turning to normalcy. But still, online classes are there, and teachers also doing that. And other now new normalcy, you have to wait for some time to turn to new normalcy. So more women suffered from mental health issues during lockdown than men. That is the report. And people in the 30 to 44 age group suffered more mental health issues. So particularly the teachers, young teachers, and married participants had more mental health problems compared to those unmarried. So again, in the married family life, it has been more. And anxiety, depression, social dysfunction were more common among the women. So these are the major points I want to bring in here. And what is the way forward? With the last slide, I'll try to finish. So there are you have to first recognize what is happening in our mind. It would be the mental health issues would be revealed in terms of physical signs, emotional signs, mental signs, work-related signs, social signs, and spiritual signs. I can go on. And how to reduce the stress. So develop a support network. Whenever you feel so pressurized and exhausted, you just take your own way of handling, relaxing yourself, go and meet friends and be with friends. Or in the family also, you sit and chat or listen to music. So some kind of reducing your stress, the de-stressing elements and strategies must be followed. And delegate responsibilities. Today, I'm happy to also share here that I have got the TRUSA grant for social sciences received. Some 6 crore they have sanctioned. So I'm the coordinator. So I'm going to. So delegate responsibilities. If you are not delegating the responsibilities, then you will be suffering. So here, be the school college head or management head, whoever it may be, you have to. So mitigate unreasonable expectations and realistic about your goals. So you don't be so ambitious. Now establish boundaries for women you are off work. So you have to compartmentalize that this is my work and this is my family. And don't skimp on your own free time. So again, don't overwork on your free time also. So these are the workplace stress, de-stressing strategies that you have to. There are other points to be covered, but want of time, I'm not going into. So with this, I'll stop and you can have any questions if you want. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Congratulations on your project being sanctioned and you heading the project, ma'am. Very happy to learn from you, ma'am. Any questions from the participants? In the chat box, we don't see any questions, ma'am. Participants, you can unmute yourself and ask your questions. Anybody wants to ask a question?
Prabhavati, there is.
Mic is unmuted or what?
Please ask.
Prabhavati, ma'am, if you want to ask a question, please raise it, ma'am. Fine. So with no more questions, we shall proceed to the feedback session, ma'am. May I request few of the participants to share your feedback about the webinar?
Should I stay there or I can take leave?
For the vote of thanks, for the formal vote of thanks, we will require you, ma'am.
Okay.
And the group photograph also. We request the
Okay.
participants, meanwhile, to switch on your cameras for the group photo with the speaker, Dr. Manimekalai, ma'am. For whoever possible,
They
we
are all
request.
attending there on the YouTube also.
Yes, ma'am, we are on the YouTube also. Dr. Sunny, you have been very active right from the morning. Thank you. The other participants, for whoever possible, please switch on your cameras. Are we ready for the click? A few others also, if you could join, we would be happy. Madam Janice Ben.
Okay.
Okay. Are we ready for the click? Shall we?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. In a minute. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Manimekalai. Thank you, dear participants, for being
Manimekalai,
great
madam.
participants.
Manimekalai,
Yes.
madam, you completed your thing in spite of your problems. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks to this, because I'm somewhere not in my department. I came to another department. I requested. Somehow they have this facility, additional
Ma'am,
connection.
come to college, ma'am. Jagda Lakshman speaking.
Sure. I'll come.
Women department ஆரம்பிச்சு கொடுங்க பார்க்கலாம்.
கட்டாயமா அவங்க அனுப்பிட்டாங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
என்னங்க?
கட்டாயமா ஆரம்பிச்சிடலாம்.
நீங்க கொஞ்சம் ஹெல்ப் பண்ணீங்கன்னா ஆரம்பிச்சிடலாம். நீங்க தான் அதுக்கு ஆக்டிவா பண்ணணும்.
அங்க யுஜிசில இப்ப ஒண்ணுமே பண்ணல, அதனால நம்ம இனிஷியேட் பண்ணிடலாம். then we will look for some plant. ஏன்னா யுஜிசில இப்ப கைய வைக்கல அவங்க.
சரிங்க, நீங்க வாங்க. நீங்க ஒரு தடவை வாங்க.
ஓகே.
அப்புறம் நம்ம will decide. Okay, we are going to start that center.
Definitely. நான் எல்லாமே பண்ணி கொடுக்கிறேன்.
Thank you for all your assistance. Thank you, Vidya.
Thank you.
During the next meeting, we will consolidate, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Shall we proceed to the next agenda of the meeting?
Yes, you can proceed.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
On this regard, I thank Dr. Manimekalai ma'am for sharing her words of wisdom. You have addressed the issues and the examples, ma'am. The session was really very interesting. Thank you, madam. Coming together is a beginning. Keeping together is progress. Working together is success. It was indeed this mantra of working together that has brought us where we are today. Collective work is the secret behind this progress. To highlight the inclusive futures of this webinar, may I now invite Mrs. K. Radhamani Madam, Assistant Professor of Management, to read out the webinar report.
Ma'am, Radhamani ma'am, can we hear from you, please?
As all good things comes to an end in ordinary life, we hardly realize that we receive a great deal more than we give. And that is only with the gratitude that life becomes rich. Now I invite Mrs. Uma Mageshwari ma'am, member, Center for Women Development, to propose the vote of thanks.
அனைவருக்கும் இனிய மாலை வணக்கம். வித்தியாசமான அணுகுமுறையால் நித்தம் பல செயற்கரிய செயல்கள் செய்து வரும் துறைதான் எமது கல்லூரியின் மேலாண்மை துறை. பெண்களின் முன்னேற்றம் ஒன்றையே கருத்தில் கொண்டு செயல்பட்டு வருவதுதான் எமது கல்லூரியின் மகளிர் நல மேம்பாட்டு மையம். இவ்விரு துறைகளும் கைகோர்த்து நடத்தும் உன்னத விழா இன்றைய திருவிழா. இவ்வழகிய திருவிழாவில் நன்றி கூறும் தருணம் இது. தேசிய மகளிர் ஆணையத்தின் கீழ் செயல்பட்டு வரும் பெண்கள் மற்றும் குழந்தை மேம்பாட்டு அமைச்சகத்தின் தலைவர் மாண்புமிகு ரேகா சர்மா அவர்களும் பெருமைமிகு லோமா வசிஸ்ட் அவர்களும் பெருந்தன்மையுடன் ரூபாய் 50,000 வழங்கியமைக்கு எங்கள் கல்லூரியின் சார்பாக முதற்கண் நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். மங்கையராய் பிறப்பதற்கே மாதவம் செய்திட வேண்டும் அம்மா என்ற கவிமணியின் கூற்றினை செவிவழி எடுத்துரைத்த நால்வர். முதலாம் அவர் கோவை குமரகுரு முதல்வர் டாக்டர் விஜிலா கென்னடி அவர்களுக்கு எனது மனமார்ந்த நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். இரண்டாம் அவர் மானஸ் பவுண்டேஷனின் நிறுவனர், உளவியல் நிபுணர், எங்களின் மானசீக சகோதரி திருமதி சசிபிரபா அவர்களுக்கும் எனது நெஞ்சார்ந்த நன்றிகளை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். மூன்றாம் அவர் கோவை வாழ்க்கை திறன் மேம்பாட்டு பயிற்சியாளர் திருமதி பி. லதா அவர்களுக்கும் எங்களது நன்றிகள் பல. நான்காம் அவர் திருச்சி பாரதிதாசன் பல்கலைக்கழகத்தின் மகளிர் நல மேம்பாட்டு மற்றும் தலைவர் திருமதி மணிமேகலை அவர்களுக்கும் எமது நன்றினை உரித்தாக்குகிறேன். பணிவின் உறைவிடம், எளிமையின் இலக்கணம் எமது செயலர் வெங்கடாச்சலம் ஐயா அவர்களுக்கும் எமது நன்றிகள் பல. கல்லூரியின் வளர்ச்சி ஒன்றினையே கருத்தாய் கொண்டு செயல்படும் முதன்மை செயல் அதிகாரி திருமதி ஜெகதா லட்சுமணன் அம்மா அவர்களுக்கும் எமது நன்றிதனை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். நல்லதொரு வழிகாட்டியாய் விளங்கும் முதல்வர் முனைவர் மைதிலி அம்மா அவர்களுக்கும் துணை முதல்வர் S.A. தனலட்சுமி அம்மா அவர்களுக்கும் நன்றிதனை காணிக்கையாக்குகிறோம். மகளிர் நல மேம்பாட்டு மையத்தின் இயக்குனர் முனைவர் சந்திரா அம்மா அவர்களுக்கும் மற்றும் உறுப்பினர் பேராசிரியர்களுக்கும் நன்றிகள் பல. அனைத்து துறை தலைவர்கள் மற்றும் பேராசிரியர் தோழிகளுக்கும் நன்றி. இணையத்தின் சேவை இப்பொழுது தேவை என்பதனை எங்களுக்கு உணர்த்தி இணையத்திலும் மனதார இணையலாம் என்பதை செயல்படுத்திய இணைய ஒருங்கிணைப்பாளர்கள் தோழி வித்யா மற்றும் உடன் பணிபுரியும் அனைத்து சகோதரிகளுக்கும் எமது நன்றிகளை உரித்தாக்குகிறேன். எனது அருமை மாணவ செல்வங்களுக்கும் பத்திரிகை அன்பர்களுக்கும் ஆவலுடன் பங்கேற்ற பங்கேற்பாளர்களுக்கும் எனது 1000 நன்றிகள். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Thank you, ma'am. Now is the time to hear feedback from the participants. May I request Shilpa madam? Shilpa ma'am, can you please unmute?
Shilpa Kulkarni ma'am. Presentation of report by Mrs. Radhamani, Assistant Professor, Department of Management.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, good afternoon to all. The NCW webinar on mental health and the quality of life of married working women in education sector in India, organized by the Department of Management and Center for Women Development. Dr. S. Vidya, convener of this webinar and Associate Professor in Management, welcomed the gathering. And Professor Jagada Lakshmanan ma'am, CEO, delivered her presentation address. Dr. V. Kavita, head of the department, gave opening remarks. The webinar had 4 sessions detailed about mental health and the quality of life of married working women in education sector in India. Session 1 was led by Dr. Vijala Kennedy, Principal, Kumaraguru College of Liberal Arts and Science, Coimbatore, discussed the topic on setting the context of the webinar. She insight the way we have to achieve our dream as a married working women, and she discussed about work-life balance also. Session 2 was continued by our speaker, Madam R. Sashiprabha, founder, Manas Foundation, psychotist and marriage counselor, Gobi, discussed about emotional intelligence for working women in education sector. She discussed about practical difficulties faced by working women in present scenario. Session 3, led by our resource person, Madam Lata, founder and chief lifestyle coach, Life by Design, Coimbatore, discussed about married working women in education sector and the quality of life. She emphasized how the quality of life is. Session 4 continued by our speaker, Madam Dr. N. Manimegalai, Director and Head, Department of Women's Studies, Bharatdasan University, Trichy, discussed the topic on married working women in education sector and their mental health. She focused on time balancing, sexual harassment, and highlighted about the mental health of working women. And there are 211 participants from 145 colleges across India. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, Radhamani, for your nice report. May I now invite few participants to kindly share your feedback. Soumya Kannam, you raised hand. The forum is open for feedback.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Today the session, the 4 session was very nice, ma'am. It was very useful, and it gave a new eyesight to a married woman. As I'm married, so I got so many points will be very useful to for my married life and as also my professional life. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for giving this wonderful sessions to students like us, and we use. Actually, Sachi ma'am's session is very useful. She gave so many tips to how to reduce our stress and how to balance our work life, work and personal life also. So those stress busters, she gave me so many tricks to how to handle my emotions through some activities. So I will use those activities to handle my problems, and I will use those activities. And like மேம் சொன்ன மாதிரி நான் அதனோட ஆக்டிவிட்டிஸ் அவங்க என்னென்ன சொன்னாங்களோ அதை வந்து யூஸ் பண்ணி லைக் என்னோட லைஃபை வந்து இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் பெட்டரா லீட் பண்றதுக்கு வந்து இது கொஞ்சம் ரொம்ப யூஸ்ஃபுல்லா இருக்கும். தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச் மேம். தேங்க்யூ மேம். தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச்.
Thank you, Soumya. Nice to hear from you. Shilpa Kulkarni ma'am, are you here? Madam? Any other volunteers? Shilpa ma'am, am I audible? Muthu Bharati sir,
So can we listen to you, sir? Sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
என்னோட கருத்தை பதிக்கலாங்களா?
Yes, sir.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். பேசுறது கேக்குதா மேம்?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
இந்த P.K.R காலேஜ் இந்த ஒரு வெபினார் ஏற்பாடு பண்ணது மிக அருமையான இதுங்க. இது ஆக்சுவலா வந்து நிறைய ஆண்கள் தான் கேட்டிருக்கணும்னு நான் ஃபீல் பண்றேன். ஏன்னா பெண்களுக்கு எதிரான வன்கொடுமைகள் எல்லாம் எதனால நடக்குது, அவங்களுடைய சூழல் என்னன்னு புரிஞ்சுக்க முடியாம இருக்கிற ஆண்கள் நிறைய பேர் கலந்துக்கிட்டு கேட்டிருக்கணும்னு நான் நினைக்கிறேன். இந்த செஷன் முடிஞ்சதுக்கு அப்புறம் ரொம்ப அற்புதமா இந்த 4 செஷனும் தொடர்ந்து கேட்டுட்டு இருந்தேன். அப்ப இன்னும் அதாவது 2 பெண் குழந்தைகளை பெற்றவனாக இருந்தாலும் அவர்களுடைய இன்னும் சிரமங்கள் அவர்களது எவ்வளவுன்னு சொல்லி பெரிய ஸ்காலர்ஸ், அந்த நிறைய அனுபவம் வாய்ந்த பெண்கள் அவங்க எல்லாம் பேசும்போது எனக்கு இன்னும் நிறைய கத்துக்க முடிஞ்சது. இதை வந்து என்னோட கிட்ட ஒய்ஃப் கிட்ட எல்லாம் ஷேர் பண்ண முடியும். ரொம்ப அற்புதமான ஒரு வெபினார் அற்புதமாக ஏற்பாடு பண்ணியிருந்தீங்க P.K.R காலேஜ். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் செஷன் முடிஞ்சப்போ நான் கேட்டிருந்தேன், அந்த K.P.R குமரகுரு மேம் கிட்ட வந்து இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ஃபோரம் ஒன்று இருந்தா நல்லா இருக்கும். திடீர்னு ஒருத்தருக்கு ஏதோ ஒரு பிரச்சனை இல்லாட்ட ஏதாவது ஒரு சங்கடம் வரும்போது ஒரு ஆலோசனை கொடுக்கறதுக்கு ஒரு ஃபோரம் தயார் பண்ணுங்க அப்படின்னு. அட்லீஸ்ட் P.K.R சார்பா கூட நீங்க அந்த ஒரு உமன் ஹெல்ப் ஃபோரம் அப்படின்னு அந்த மாதிரி ஏதோ ஒரு சிம்பிளா ஒண்ணு ஆரம்பிச்சீங்கன்னா யாருக்காவது வழிகாட்டுதல் வழங்கலாம். சின்ன சின்ன அவசர காலங்கள்ல அவங்களுக்கு சொல்லும் போது நம்மளுடைய இந்திய குடும்ப கட்டுப்பாடு, குடும்ப முறைகள் வந்து சரியாம நம்மளுடைய லைஃப் வந்து நல்லா இருக்கணும் அப்படிங்கிறதுக்கு. ஏன்னா சில பேர் அவசரத்துல முடிவு எடுத்துடுறாங்க நிறைய விஷயங்கள்ல. அப்படி இல்லாம அந்த நேரத்துல ஆலோசனை சொல்றதுக்கும் வழிகாட்டுதல் வழங்குறதுக்கு ஒரு அருமையான ஒரு ஃபோரம் ஒண்ணு P.K.R சார்பா நடத்துனீங்கன்னா ரொம்ப சிறப்பா இருக்கும்னு என்னோட கருத்தை வலியுறுத்தி சொல்லிக்கிறேன். ரொம்ப அற்புதமான இந்த செஷன். நன்றி. ஏற்பாடு செய்த உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய நன்றி தெரிவிக்கிறேன்.
Thank you.